デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ。
Emotional damage.
Hello! Hi everybody, welcome to another late night draw stream. Surprise! So, I've been saying I was going to do a late night draw stream since like Friday, and then Friday, because my show with Ali was canceled, I was like, oh, I'm going to do a draw stream. Then I was like dead tired, and then I was going to do a draw stream yesterday, but then I realized last minute that Flashcast was still happening and Anna was hosting, so I hopped on that. And then tonight, I was on someone else's stream until now. So even though it's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, I am going to stream and I'm going to be here for you guys. And, ooh, Narwhal's here. Hello! Hello!
Hey. How's it going, Rainy?
It's going! Thank you for joining me. Holy hand grenades is so many excuses. I'm nothing but excuses. Well, according to people on Twitter want to yell at me, but I was just blabbing about why I haven't done a draw stream despite saying I was going to do that all week, but none of that matters because we're here now. Hey, I have a new mic, look. Oh,
ooh, it looks good.
Yeah, I was just showing everybody on Matt's stream, but oh, by the way, I just came off of Matt's stream, our draw stream with Matt, so everyone, you should go subscribe to Matt's channel because he's trying to grow his subscribers, and I was working on this same page earlier, so go subscribe to him. I got a standing desk, which is why the angle looks weird. I'm standing now. Like, I haven't really drawn standing up. This is weird. I'm trying to get healthy and stuff, so I'm like, it's weird.
Me too.
Okay, I'm gonna get used to it.
The standing desk is a great addition. Does yours, can you push a button and make it lower too? So you can do either one, or?
Yeah, it goes, well, I crank, because I was cheap, I got a hand crank one.
Oh, yeah,
I don't want more wire. But yeah, I can lower it, but I should probably like raise it a little higher. I'm gonna try, I'm like trying to find the right height. But so this is really funny. My standing desk got here, but my standing desk chair isn't here yet. So this is my normal chair with like 2 pillows on it. And this is what
nice.
this is what I've been sitting on when I need a break. So yeah, but I'm standing right now. I'm being healthy.
They say that's what Jesus invented, was tall chairs, because he made tables taller, and everyone's like, well, what chairs, who's gonna even have chairs to sit at these tall tables? And he's like, I'm gonna make really tall chairs too, because Jesus was a carpenter before he was anything else.
Oh, okay. That didn't register with me. That makes sense now. That's interesting. I haven't heard of that, but then again, I don't really know like biblical.
Oh yeah, that's from the book of Mel Gibson. Have you heard of that one?
I don't know if that. I mean, that's totally real. I've totally heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's Saint Mel. Because he did. What did he do? The Passion of the Christ. It's just a scene from that movie.
Oh, okay.
But it's canon. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting. I know like some basic
We
stories.
we
from the
don't know
Bible,
what
but
Jesus was doing until he was like, I don't know, like 28 or something like that. Nobody knew.
yeah. Isn't it weird where it's like he was a baby and then suddenly he's like 28 and then it's like, he's being executed. Narwhal the
Yeah.
hypersexual. It's Narwhalio. Hi. Everyone's very excited to see us here. Well, that's good. We're happy to be here for you guys.
Glad to be here. I just got back from the Seattle Comic-Con, Emerald City. Have you heard of that one?
Emerald City Comic Con. Yeah. I always wanted to go, but I never got around to it. So
Yeah.
I heard it's good.
Yeah, it's huge, which is cool, and it was packed, so it's fun. But it's funny too because it's like, I don't know, it gives me more of like a pulse on the scene than I'm used to just from even internet or from Twitter or from our Comicsgate bubble. And I was like, man, like 4/5 of these people are like degenerate freaks. But of the 4/5, like maybe half of them, or maybe 3/4 even, are like super talented. So it's only the untalented degenerate freaks that I really take issue with. But other than
Yeah.
that,
It's strange. I feel I've only been to like one American convention. Well, one that was like that catered to that, I guess. I mean, it's so weird. Even with conventions, a lot of the big ones, it's like, oh, these are obviously all the blue-haired people, and not that I have a problem with that specifically, but it's a bit of a stereotype. It's the like ultra progressive types who are so progressive they're absolute assholes to everybody, and that's what I have a problem with. We have another guest. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy. I was streaming at 3 in the fucking morning. Nobody's gonna be here, but you guys are in different time zones. So hello, Hyper Wizard.
Speaking of
Whiz, what up?
untalented degenerate freaks.
No, we're talking about degenerate
Hi.
freaks, and
I
Narwhal
can't hear
ran
you
into
guys.
it.
I fucked everything up. Sorry, hold on.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just talk
Um,
shit about Hyper Wizard. Well, you can't hear us.
Now
We
I can
need
hear
it
you. Now I
last
can hear
type
you.
wizard.
Yo, what up? I can hear you now.
Yay! What's up? What's up, dudes?
Hello,
What up?
wonderful friends.
We were talking about degenerate freaks. We were talking about freaks that Narwhal ran into at Emerald City. I always wanted to go to Emerald City, but I'm kind of like, now that, because you used to wanted to go to conventions to sell your books or network, but like I've obviously realized I can just do that on YouTube. So what if I want to go to conventions? Like I think I'm probably just going to do Tampa or a couple of others that I know like my actual friends are going to be at from now on, because there's really no point going to New York Comic Con now unless you're like really, I mean, it doesn't even really help you get work with DC or Marvel anymore. It's just weird. It's like I don't even know why people would go.
There used to be no other
Convention
way.
scene is weird. Yeah, it used to be. I remember when I was in college, I was asking a professor, well, how do you get into like, mainstream comics and stuff? And they're like, oh, you go to these conventions and you show your portfolio. And all of a sudden I went to the conventions with my portfolio, and there was like nobody at the Marvel and DC booths. They left a note. It's like, email this person. I'm like, oh, my professors are outdated. Even when I was in college, the whole submission process had changed, and now there's no like direct real pipeline to getting your work seen. And it's weird. It's almost like who can get most attention online.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna be honest about it. A lot of it is like who you make friends with. So it's kind of a weird situation, and I think maybe it's part of the problem, because having like a portfolio review process is more merit based. But whatever, I don't care. I'm not trying to work for them anymore.
Yeah.
Did
you get a booth at Tampa Bay this year?
Yeah, I'm gonna be at. Well, I basically I'm stealing a corner from PGP. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, nice.
But that's fine because, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I want to see how it is. It seems like it's gonna be a lot of fun, but I can do like a small setup, and I'm gonna bring some books, and I'm just gonna be there to have fun. But maybe next year I'll get a big booth. But it sounds like it's gonna be great.
Isn't it going to be like a whole enclosed area? Like it's not a strip. Doesn't he have like an around thing, and people are going to be walking around in it, or not? Am I wrong there?
No, I think he has a corner booth, but I think he's going to set it up so it's kind of enclosed, but don't quote me on that. I think, as from what I remember, he has a corner booth, he has some extra space, so he invited some other people to table at the Riot Press booth. So basically, I'm bringing my own stuff. I'm going to have my own banner, but I'm going to just hog space off of Riot Press and steal their thunder.
You
But yeah,
and
that's what's
Shane.
going on.
Yeah, steal their
But
customers.
Shane's not. Shane has his own booth. I think Mandy has her own booth as well. Hopefully, we're all going to be together. And what's important is we're going to party afterwards. That's
Yeah.
what's important.
Yeah, I want to go to that. I haven't bought a ticket yet or anything, but that seems like we're not doing For the Fans Fest. That's the closest thing. So I want to go to that.
It seems that's gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and go. I mean, I'm gonna try and if they let filthy foreigners into the country without getting like death juice injected in them, then I'll go. But like, I'm kind of in the same boat as Bancroft, as waiting it out just to see what happens. I really want to go. I have the money to get the ticket, and I would just go. But
You
like,
should go. I mean, it's Florida. Florida's like.
and
Whoa.
any international arrival that is a non-citizen has to have proof of vaccination currently. They extended it. They
really?
took that away. They took that away around Christmas. Then they re-extended it. It's
For America?
yes. So like I know. Trust me, it's fucking bullshit. No
Okay,
one
this is
even
bullshit because I went to Colombia and I didn't need to get a vaccine.
Are you a citizen? Are you a U.S. citizen?
I'm a U.S. citizen, but I went to Colombia, the country.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
Colombia's
yeah.
not even doing
Colombia
that.
is-
So
America
Colombia
is.
isn't even strict about you have to get there. So what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing? Oh my god. Okay, all right. Well,
Pressuring people to take as many death juice injections as possible. That's all it is. Like, you want to come to the best country in the world, bro? You better vax up, brother. Like
that just annoys me. I don't like that people are being forced to take. I mean, if people want to take it, that's their choice. I don't like it when they're forcing people to take it or pressuring them into it. Columbia, South Carolina. No, I went to Columbia, the country. Yeah, that's fucked up. I hope, man, I don't know, because you have a few more months. It's going to be late June, right? So
yeah, June in Florida, gonna bake.
Yeah. Well,
It's gonna be a crisp.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be hot and it's gonna be humid. It's gonna be like swimming through the air. No, I totally understand how you feel, because I've been trying to go back to Taiwan for like the last 3 years since COVID started. And the problem isn't just like, I mean, COVID's part of the problem, but it's like, so I came here for like an animation job in 2019. I was going to fly back to Taiwan in like half a year, and then COVID hit. I've been stuck here ever since. It's like this kind of crazy situation. And I just like bought a house, but like all my old shit is still in Taiwan. But like Taiwan has like such strict restrictions, and I kind of get it because they're an island and they're like terrified of being overloaded. But just because of all that, it was at this point where it doesn't even matter if you're vaccinated. It was like, if you come in, even if you're a Taiwanese citizen, you have to quarantine for 2 weeks. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I don't have the time to like quarantine for 2 weeks and then go see my family, and then I have to take all that time off work.
They had that here. They had it here in merry old England, the fucking quarantine for 2 weeks shit. But like, okay, the thing is, I know people make fun of good old authoritarian England, part of the old Commonwealth of like Canada, Australia, England. Our country's so lax. Whenever they make a rule, they don't enforce it at all. So like someone could have to go in quarantine, but then like they wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? They'd be like, yes, I'm quarantining. Like all through the lockdowns, I visited my family like every weekend. Like no one really, you had most people who didn't give a shit. And then you had like the busybodies who'd be like on the phone to the police. Apparently the police over here were just constantly overrun with phone calls of people dobbing on each other. Like fucking,
oh my God,
it was such a bummer.
Yeah, like it was exactly what you would fear in some kind of authoritarian communistic state. But the thing is, the police couldn't do anything about it, and no one really cared. Like it's funny how the reality of that whole authoritarian state ends up being like, yeah, but the police don't care. So that like people will report you, but then there's no secret police to take you away in a black bag.
Yeah, that's good. That's at least it's good to hear. EVS. He stopped streaming. Okay, well, hi, hello everybody who came from Ethan's. Thank you for being here. I will start drawing in a minute, but we're just here to shoot the shit. I'm just gonna, because I was just streaming on Matt Barr's channel, and I was like, I'm still like, obviously, in case you can't tell, I'm pumped up as fuck because I've been chugging coffee. So I'm like, I'm just gonna stream. Because nice. I don't give a fuck if it's 3 a.m. I have energy. And there's so many people still here. So Common Skin never sleeps. You guys are awesome. I was like, nobody's going to watch, but you guys are all here. So yay.
Who wouldn't want to watch?
So yeah, I'm really hoping that you can make it to Tampa though. And same with Bancroft. I mean, this is just, I feel like it's something we've been wanting to happen for a while.
If it can happen, it will happen.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, we've been wanting to get together and just like party for the longest time. So I'm hoping a Tampa would be like perfect place to do that.
Whenever I go to a foreign country, instead of going like most people go for 2 weeks or something, I try and get an Airbnb for a month because it's like you're gonna bother flying there, you might as well stay for a while. So like I kind of want to stay in Florida for a month, but like what would you even do? Like go to Disney a million? Don't go to Disney, I guess. A million times, Disney. Like get eaten by an alligator, like.
No, you should travel. I mean, no, you should just travel across the states. Don't just stay in Florida. But you can take a road trip.
Really?
Or something. Yeah.
I've never done that before.
You want to experience what it's like to drive for 16 hours straight? Because we do that. No, it's not. You don't drive for 16 hours straight. You take breaks. But no,
do you want a road trip, Noel?
Yeah, we can meet in Texas and drive to Florida or something.
Yeah, well, but we drive on a different side of the road, so it might be a little daunting for you.
Every time I've been to America, I've not wanted to rent a car because I've always thought I'm just gonna fucking crash it because of the side of the road.
Hi, Muse. Thank you, Ethan, for sending people here. But I mean, I would say that's the thing to do in America because it's just there are a lot of things to see, but it's like every city has like 2 things to see, so you just have to just drive.
Yeah, walkable cities. Am I right? Can't even walk anywhere in America. Apparently.
No, you can't. You have to drive
weird.
Yeah, it's a huge fucking country. The only place that's walkable where everything is clustered together is like New England, and because that was built when people were still on horses, and everywhere else
as
is
like New England.
Yeah, it's like it's eerily like Europe. Even the houses are different, but everywhere else is like you drive, bitch. Hello, Kikaza. Hello, everybody in chat. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for sharing links in Glorious Rex too. That's right. Everybody go back in Glorious Rex and follow the link in the chat right now so you can directly go there. Oh, yeah, and go check out Shane's new website. They have an actual website where, hold on, let me bring it down. They have an actual website where you can back it just like Indiegogo, so check it out. Frog-Rate! Yay, Frog-Rate! Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Froggo. Hello. You don't really mean hello. What? Why? What does that mean? The Buzz J, JD Kirby. Hello, everybody. Hi, John. Oh, there's so many people here. Beowulf. Hello, Beowulf. Canada is the least offensive, but it's still bad. Not as bad as Australia. Dude, Australia went batshit insane. And I was so shocked because I always felt like, I mean, we kind of feel like Canada and America are similar. But the same with Australia. Like before COVID, I was sort of my impression was that, oh, we're all kind of similar because especially with Australia, because it just seemed like, well, they have like a cluster of cities on the coast and then this huge expansive interior, just like America. But then no, like once you have sort of like a crisis hits, they react so differently. It was strange. It was strange. Oh, Thomas Fitzpatrick. 1984 was a rough year, but 1984 is shaping up to be a great new year. 1984 is right now, isn't it? There's just so much
never ending. I remember after 2016, it became the most popular book, but it was because all the liberals were buying it and reading it. And then I was like, wait a minute, it's the liberals that are doing the 1984 shit. There's like both sides thought the other side was the 1984 people. It's like the Spider-Man meme where they're just pointing at each other.
I know. And I get that. I mean, there are authoritarians on either side, but I currently tend to think, and I used to think it was the right that was being more authoritarian in like the 90s, but now I think it's definitely the left and it swings. So I think some people are so married to, well, my side is always right. They can't see it when people that have similar politics have gone too far and they just keep on following. But it's kind of absurd. Like you have to be able to think for yourself and realize when, okay, this is going too far. This is like you're calling for equity instead of equality, and that's not right. That's not, if you really think about it, it's not, you wouldn't agree with it. I think most people wouldn't agree with it if they really thought about it. Yeah. But
it's frustrating that they don't, or that there's some miscommunication. Even being at the convention this weekend in Seattle, I'm like, I'm getting along with these people. Like things are good, but then as soon as they find out online that I'm comic skate, they'll hate me or something. I'm like,
yeah, it's so weird. I think the same thing. I mean, it's it's like the drama in. I should start drawing, guys. But 40% said hello. I live in Canada. I want out. I bet it's almost 3:30. Yeah. Because what is sleep? All right, let me start sharing my screen, and we can
You got a
keep on
couple of
talking
super
about
chats
this.
before you start drawing.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Alfarius
Sorry.
Omegon, thank you. Remember when people ratted each other out here? When then Sunshine Laws doxed them and every Karen minded their own business? Funny how that works. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff of it reminds me of like
Sunshine Laws.
I'm actually not sure, but I don't know, and that's not something I'm familiar. Is this something that happened in America? But I'm just assuming it's something like if you, I don't know, if you
Sounds
like
American.
people will be able, they'll tell you who ratted on you, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
It sounds like an American thing. Like a doxing law would definitely be called the Sunshine Law. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're illuminating things. It's the Sunshine Law, and it's like all your personal information is now accessible by the wider public.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, and then
the
people
law.
are like, why do you care? What laws are you breaking? Whatever.
Yes, my mom said that. My mom's like, I was like telling her about this stuff. She's like, well, you know, if you're not doing anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about. I'm like, that is completely beside the point.
That's how my mom thinks too, because she's from Taiwan, and a lot of people in Asia they kind of trust the system because it's a more collectivist society. And it's like, and she just didn't understand it until all this shit that's happening in China. And then I'm like, hey, do you understand why I think freedom is important now? Because the issue isn't that, well, if you're not doing anything, you have nothing to worry about. It's that when you give the government that much control, and when you sort of give anyone that much control, well, they're going to run away with it, and they're going to accuse you of things that you didn't do. And you're not going to have the freedom if you're not vigilant about it.
Yeah, show me the person, I'll show you the crime, that kind of thing. Every time she says that, I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna contact the government. They're gonna come in and they're gonna put cameras in the entire place, in the bathrooms. You're okay, right? Because if you're not doing anything wrong, it doesn't matter, right? You should have all this information. Just put cameras all over your place, right? She's like, no, I don't want that. I'm like, well, okay then.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, it's your privacy. Why would you want anyone, like, just because you're not doing anyone doesn't mean are you okay with the government seeing your nude pics and shit? Of course not. It's fucking weird. Man, some people just don't understand. I'm catching up, guys. I'm catching up. There we go. Michael Dietrich, thank you for 5. Thank you so much. Hyper, when you come to Florida, take a side trip to Indian Territory. We'll bunk you in my studio/laboratory. You can help with the experiments.
Oh, I'm going to get to fly the UFOs. Yes.
Oh, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, he builds UFOs. He does all sorts of stuff. Michael Dietrich is a crazy individual. No, he doesn't build UFOs.
Hey, Hype, he gave me the exact same offer, just so you know. So
we should both team up. We could get like the what is it, like the bulletproof skin scale injections that he's been pioneering. We can get all the upgrades. We could get like the biomechanical dicks. Be great.
All right. I'm convinced.
Yeah, that. That's what. Come to America and leave with a biomechanical dick. I don't know what.
Well, I think it's a reference to the Jack Show. They were saying that like male porn stars get metal rods put in their manhoods.
That sounds like it sounds like I wouldn't. I mean, most animals have bones in there, yeah, but for humans we don't. For it's just like it's an indicator of health and stuff, but a lot of animals have bones in their dicks. So fun things you learn on Irene's channel. Christopher Gorey. Yeah, Christopher Gorey for $4.99. Thank you, Irene. I get compliments on my Fiendish beanie at the grocery store all the time. I'll get the Fiendish leather jacket next winter. Awesome! Thank you so much. I do really like my merch. Here, I have my beanie right here. And if you guys haven't seen it, I have a store. It's not on the campaign. You can get it on fiendishcomic.com. So, you have one too! Yay!
The Fiendish Beandish.
I have hoodies, I have the beanie, and I have a jacket. I mean, it's a really cool logo, but I have some other pieces of like, it's mostly like black and white, but I have some like really intricate like demon line art on hoodies and t-shirts and stuff. So if you like that, you can check it out and help pimp what we do here and pimp my book, because I would like you to do that. Thank you very much. Let's see. Catch up. I was gonna say something. I forgot what I was gonna say because I got too distracted. 69 likes. Oh yes, everybody, please like the channel and like the stream and subscribe if you haven't yet. Like the channel, yes.
Subscribe to the stream.
Subscribe to the stream, guys.
I got a huge box that just came. Do you want to open it?
Nice. Yeah. If do you know what's in it?
A human head, probably.
Oh, okay. Oh, you should definitely open it on stream then.
Rini got a box for me recently. Did you see
you
that?
Did.
It was from the Ethan's box. I
did. Yeah. I was like, I went to a P.O Box and I was like, wait, it's an all caps comics box, and then I realized the tape was all caps, and then it was like clear tape taped over to all caps tape. And I was like, oh, this is definitely from Narwhal, because I know my Ethan packages aren't coming yet. So
did he wrap it in saran wrap around the bread? Did he go for it? How was it? Was it hygienically stowed away?
Hold on, let me show you. I already ate a couple of slices. I mean, it looks.
Resist.
It's wrapped. I mean, he packaged it really well. So it was like padded with a bunch of like paper around it, but this is not the actual bread. Like, this is the paper. The bread is inside. I'm sealing it, so I keep it moist. But yeah, it's in like a Ziploc, and it came out really well.
Nice.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, you include the paper that you bake it with, because that just like looks cool and smells cool, kind of.
Yeah, it smells really nice. But I have a piece right here, so nom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Some OG narwhal loaf right there that Rini's showing everyone.
Now you're making it sound weird.
I still can't believe it's an actual loaf of bread.
Yeah, I guess if you want a loaf of bread, and you know you need to be friends with Narwhal, because he will bake you a loaf of bread. Thank you very much, Narwhal. It's good too. I really like it.
Cool.
I saw your note to eat it with butter, but I don't have butter. I guess I'll go get butter tomorrow.
Don't have butter?
Oh yeah, butter. Come on.
No,
yeah,
I'm
butter too. No
I
seed
mailed you
oils.
your loaf. I baked another one just for me, I guess, and that one turned out really good. And I was like, I should have mailed her this one, but I was like, oh well, nom nom.
No, this one's good. I don't have butter. I'm on a diet. I'm trying to.
Butter's good. Or did you get your genome mapped and it said you're not good with butter?
No, I haven't. I'm like this far from either doing that or like seeing a dietitian. I think I'm okay though, because I don't know. I gained a bunch of weight out of nowhere, and I'm super pissed at myself. But I lost like 2 pounds since Friday already, just because I've been like, I think I just need to move more, which is why I have the standing desk. But I spent like an hour yesterday and then 30 minutes today on. I have a step machine, so I am going to work out 30 minutes at least every single day, because I was like super sporadic about it before, and if I just, other than that, I'll eat 1 meal a day right after I work out, and it'll just like be and if I'm snacking, it'll just be stuff like this, like fucking veggies and bread.
Oh, like the rabbit diet. I do that too.
Yeah. So I'm like, and this seems to be working, so I'm just gonna keep doing this, because I'm like, I just need to move more. Like, I'm sit on my ass and draw all day.
Can you use the stepping machine at your desk while you work if you had like a standing desk?
No, it's like this. I can probably get a treadmill, but I need to draw like the movement.
Oh yeah, true.
I can't. Yeah, if I was doing other work, I could. Afarius Omegon for 5. Thank you. Sunshine laws are regulations requiring public disclosure of government agency meetings and records, including calls to the police tip lines. Oh, so like FOIAs?
Yeah, Freedom of Information Act stuff.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it just reminds me of like that Twitter spurg who was screaming at J.K. Rowling, and then she's like, so I want to sue you because this is defamation. And then they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I want to take back what I said about J.K. Rowling. She's such a wonderful person. I mean, more of these people need to be sued. I don't like the idea.
We don't all have $1 billion to threaten legal action, though, right? Like Rowling.
Yeah, but I think just showing that, well, you're serious about it, and with at least at the point that I am now, I can see if someone is really going after me and they to a level where they're damaging my business. And I think there are people working behind the scenes to damage the business of everybody in Comicsgate. They're lying about us. I think there are people going to platforms and other people and talking all kinds of shit in back rooms and straight up lying about us, that because how else are all these people getting this narrative? Is everybody going on Wikipedia reading the absolute bullshit article on what the
I mean,
Wikipedia
that guy
definition
did
of
that.
Comicsgate?
That crowdfunder guy did literally say he went to Wikipedia, right, and read up on Comicsgate.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why? Oh, let's put it this way. On crowdfunder, it's a smaller platform, so that makes more sense. But for Indiegogo and for Kickstarter and Zoop is different because again, that's only comics. But for these larger platforms, comics are such a small, minuscule little section in comparison. So I find it completely unbelievable that these platforms would organically pay attention to drama in the indie comic sphere and take action based on it without someone else prompting them. So I think something's going on. So if that ever comes to light and if someone's targeting me and actively damaging my business, I could see, I mean, I am willing to do that. Like I will send a cease and desist letter. If it's really bad, I think we have to be willing to take people to court. I don't want to. That sounds like a nightmare. I know it's like a fucking nightmare to have to go to court, but it's something that I think we need to be prepared for eventually if it gets bad enough. Like, because we have to stand up for ourselves. Yeah, we have to stand up for ourselves after a certain level, you know. Yeah, it's not something I want to do. I'm not saying this lightly, but it's just, I'm like sort of just facing the reality of it because we're running businesses. It's not just a fun hobby for any of us. This is serious.
Yeah, the paranoia it causes from their stupid gaslighting, it is frustrating too. And I try and fight it by like relaxing.
The chilling effect.
Like, I can't relax. They're screwing with us. They're doing something.
I know. And you were so hold on, let me share my screen. But Narwhal, you were saying that you were cool with all these people when you were at Emerald City, and you know, but you feel like they would, you know, distance themselves from you if they knew about the Comicsgate and all that. Like, I totally get that because I was just talking about this on Matt Barr's channel, where when I went to Heroes, I had this really weird experience of like almost everyone I knew who were, especially like sort of the older generation, like the old guard, or even people who like they're not old, but they were like my professors' ages. Literally, some of my professors, like, we're all cool, and I know we have different politics, but we're cool because we knew each other in person, right? And it's like if you're actually a friend, then or you're just a professional and acting like a professional, you put aside your politics to get along, especially in a professional setting. But I noticed literally, it's like I would be getting along with this one person, we'd be totally cool, but then somebody who is obviously is one of like the really nasty, you know, like angry types of like, they're not even progressives. I don't know, the really angry woke people that go around, you know, screaming at everybody. And it's somebody that I used to know from college, and they seem to have like devolved into that. It's half the people I know from college. But my point is, once they come around, then those people stop talking to me. They're scared of them. They're not scared of me. They're not scared of us. I think they know that even if they're like, oh, they don't like what Ethan or John says, that they don't understand these are jokes or their sensibilities are different because they're like, they just don't understand that, you know, racy jokes are racy jokes. Like, nobody's actually racist around here. But like, I think they understand that it's a complete lie that all of us, everybody in Comicsgate, is somehow a hate group. It's not. But they're terrified of those crazy blue-haired people that are going to cancel them. That was very clear once I went to these past couple of shows since COVID has started lightening up. So that's how it is. But in person, generally, like there wasn't any confrontation or anything. It was just weird because I would notice people ignoring me. And I'm like, I don't give a shit then. Like, I got my people now. I'm cool with everybody. Like, it's them. They're trying to like play some weird game, yo.
Who has time for a social circle of like 50 random creators anyway? You know what I mean? Like, all the people that you would meet at conventions, you can probably only really deal with having 5 people in your life at once. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I pretty much only have like 5 really close friends, but having like an acquaintance circle, and once you're doing what we do, you have to get to know your readers and other professionals, and that's just, I think it's good to expand your circle and stuff, but it's more, I try to get along with everybody. It's like I have no problem getting along with people who have different politics from me. Some of my best friends are progressives, like really, like, but like the nice kind of progressive, right? Like we have totally different politics, but we totally get along. And then I have another some other of my, I have no, in real life, none of my real life friends are conservatives or libertarian or like in any sort of right wing. Everybody, all of my real life friends are really liberal, but you know, so that's not the issue. Isn't even right or left. It's some people are so they treat their politics like a religion, and they get angry at you and they want to persecute you if you disagree and if you're different from them. And
you know what else it is too? It's like it's the actual minorities, they don't care, but then there's these allies, they're the psychos, and then there are people who are scared, cowardly of these psycho allies, and that's like who you're talking about, of like those are kind of normal people too, but they're cowardly, unfortunately.
Yeah, on one hand it pisses me off because sometimes I get real drunk and then I'm like, oh, you cowards, where are you? This is serious business. These are destroying our art forms. They're destroying all these movies, all these sequels are shit, and they're using diversity as a shield to ruin our art. And why aren't you standing up? You care. But then sometimes I understand though, because I do know people that work in the mainstream still, or not even in comics, but just I know a lot of artists in all sorts of disciplines, and a lot of people just they don't, because they don't have a fallback like us. And I mean, on one hand I do think it's cowardly, but on the other hand I can't really blame them, right? All I can do is I'm not going to shut up because I am at liberty to speak, fortunately. I guess not everybody has that liberty.
Do you want to see my first ever published comic?
Sure.
Yeah. Is it the one that you did in high school to bully that guy?
No, that was an animation. And no, it wasn't published officially.
Oh wow, look at that. That's awesome. Wait a minute, that's really cool.
Let me full screen.
So it was published in one of the Simpsons comics in like the fan mail section. It's like very badly written though, because the concept is like not original. It's just like Homer uses Demoxenel again, and then has to do a bunch of jobs to like buy Demoxenel. But like, yeah, that was the first ever printed comic that I ever did. I was so happy when I went to school one morning and bought the comic, the Simpsons comic, and like it was in there. It was fucking Cloud9. Oh my god.
Nice.
You lived the dream as a
That's
kid.
awesome.
Then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to mail in fan art to the Mortal Kombat fan art to like, I forget what magazine it was. It was like a video game one or something, but they never published my stuff.
Oh, how could they? There was a competition in a video game magazine over here called Build a Bender, and like you had to, it was basically you make a physical sculpture of like a bender from Futurama. I made this 3-foot tall paper mache fucking silver spray painted bender and had to get someone to hand deliver it to the magazine headquarters. I didn't win, so fuck him. But
fuck him. Rogers with Solitaire, thank you for Canadian 5. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Just showing everyone what I'm working on now. Let me.
Rainey, did you ever win any contests as a kid?
Oh yeah, I did. I actually won a lot. This is the page I'm working on. There you go.
That hair that you've done, like her hair, do you pencil? Do you think ahead most of the detail, or are you just like doing those broad shapes without thinking about what you're going to do next? Or do you know what I mean? Like, how forward planned is all that hair detail?
If I take the inks off, this is the pencils.
But in your head, though, I mean, when you're inking it.
Oh.
You just feel it out as you go, or do you like put an image in your head first, or not?
Yeah, I feel it as I go, and I'm not done yet. I'm gonna add some more lines in it. I have like a specific way of drawing her like curly hair. Yeah, I just kind of feel it out as I go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. So, I've had somebody ask me to do an inking demo recently, and I'm just like, I would be terrible at that. I'm thinking of doing a map making demo because I have like this fantasy map that I made for Fiendish that's really detailed. So I think I'm gonna do that. But I don't know what to talk about for an inking demo, because I think a lot of it is just practice, because you have to find your own style and like the mark making and all this stuff. I don't know. I was probably a terrible student because I did take inking class, but I just kind of did whatever the fuck I felt like, and I got an A. That sounds like I'm bragging, but I mean,
There are probably
it was a boring class.
there are probably things that you do think about though that are obvious to you that other people would still feel insightful if you did it. Like I personally really would love to see an inking thing from you, no matter what it was, like a tutorial or a walkthrough, even if you thought all this stuff is obvious. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe you just feel like you don't have anything to say. But like I think that would be awesome. I want that. Please do it.
Okay, I will. Well, here I'm filling in this space over here.
What's the philosophy you're taking into filling in the space?
There's no philosophy. I think it'll look good.
Pretty lines. Do the pretty lines. I mean, even the idea of what makes a pretty line to you. Do you know what I mean? Because I can't do line weights for shit, but you're like the line weight queen.
Well, I mean,
I used to ask inkers that at conventions. I'd meet pros and I'd be like, how do you know what to make black and what to not make black? And he's like, that's a good question, but I don't know how to answer it. You just got to draw a bunch and you'll figure it out. And
exactly. Like no inker knows exactly how to answer that. It really is. You have to fucking figure it out. It's sort of, well, for hair specifically, I can speak on it because I have consciously thought a lot of inking though is not stuff that you consciously think about, but for hair, so I used to draw hair in a more more, I know I was more inspired by how a lot of anime draws hair, so I would focus a lot on the shine. But the way that I do hair now is not exclusively focused on the shine. And I mean, I guess I could pull up something else that I've done, like a finished piece of her hair, but I'll just talk and show you guys. So it's like I try to almost make it, I focus on the texture a little more, like for her bangs, and maybe it's like her bangs, this is a light area, and here I'm going to make sure there's some light, but technically most of it in shadow, because those areas I just highlighted, those would be in moonlight, because the main light source is coming from the fireplace because it's nighttime. So just real rough. In my head right now, what I'm planning on doing with her hair is I'm going to add like more, fill this in, probably most of this area will be black, but here I'll lighten it up a little bit like that, and then so there's like a line of shine towards the top, but all this will all mostly be black with some like a little bit of white lines peeking through to add texture. And then with the rest of her hair, I'm going to do this hatching that's counter to the sort of like, I used to shade hair, do the hatching like this along the, the lines of the actual hair, like the actual strands of hair, right? But what I do now is not always that, especially for curly hair. What I do is, so for the area on top, I would do this and then do this a little bit, and that adds this texture that makes it feel more organic. And see what I mean, but I'm just focusing on texture, and I don't know where it came from. I think I saw somebody else doing it, and I kind of balance it out with like, I'll make sure this area is still a little lighter than towards the bottom. So it's very nuanced. It takes me fucking forever to draw her hair, but this is one thing that I'm consciously doing with her hair, like sort of focusing on the texture and counter shading almost to going against like the natural grain of the hair and doing this pattern.
It's like a winding rope.
Yeah. It's almost like, imagine this. It's like I'm imagining the strands of hair. It's like the strands of hair are coming down, but they're not just waving; they're twisting and waving at the same time, and that's what it makes it feel like.
Oh, cool.
Okay. All right. The end.
That's a good behind-the-scenes trick there.
Yeah, that's honestly helpful.
Have you ever seen the tweets that go viral that are like, They're little tutorials that are just one JPEG. Sometimes it's animated or just a little bit or whatever. What do they call that? A GIF or whatever. And they'll go viral. For
GIF?
Oh no, he's in the GIF crew. Get
He
him!
said
Get him!
GIF!
Pitchfork!
Hey,
How
represent
dare you?
Northwest Washington. We say GIF up here. I
Is
don't know
that
what
what
you
is that what you guys say up there? Oh, y'all weird. Oh,
That
you
guy was
broken people.
That's what the guy who invented it says, but he's fucking wrong. He's
He's
trolling.
wrong. It's graphics. What graphics?
Whatever.
It's not
The guy who
JIF.
invented it,
Not
he's probably
graphic.
unvaccinated, and the guy who wants to say it your guys' way, he's vaccinated.
There you go. That's the sole determining factor.
Damn, you've won me over.
I mean,
shit.
you might have a point though.
My ideological lines dictate I must now agree with you.
Right. Oh no.
Damn it. I
feel like that might be a little hypocritical.
Yeah.
I'm a robot with a paradox going on, like Santa Claus from Futurama, where his head blows up.
Oh,
Yeah,
God, I'm so behind
there's
in
a
the chat.
draft going on, and we don't even realize it in our heads. Everyone's taking
Everything is like trying to draft you to someone else's side, even in a conversation. Like if I'm trying to make you laugh, obviously I'm trying to draft you over to my side. Everything is manipulation. What are we? Are we all monsters? Am I a monster?
You're just trying. That's cope for you being a sociopath. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
sounds
what?
like it to me.
You're like,
Okay.
we're all manipulators here, right?
You're in good company.
You're a
That's what she said.
copiopath.
Yeah.
What a diss. Ha ha ha.
I wrote the word cope in a potential line of dialogue.
Holy shit.
And it was, I forget what the line was, but it kind of made me chuckle. I was like, maybe I'll put that in this script. It's vampires, and it's a girl talking to a vampire. And she's like, how come you guys aren't like badass killers or anything? And they're like, vampires don't actually care about that. And she's like, that's cope.
Too modern.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's not really going in, but it's in my behind the scenes.
You vampires are so privileged. Like what? You only have to eat blood, you can live forever, and it's a bummer. Wow, vampire privilege.
Yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of those kind of jokes on that TV show. It was a movie, What We Do in the Shadows, and it is pretty funny. But that's like, I'm writing a vampire story, and I'm like, it can't be too much like that. So I don't even know what it is. I did write one line where she's like, they're talking about whether or not vampires are satanic, and they're kind of talking about it like if crucifixes hurt them and stuff. And after she hears the whole spiel, she's like, I'm a normal person and I'm like 10 times more satanic than you guys are. And they're like, yeah, modern age is very satanic.
Didn't you have a run-in with Satanists recently?
Yeah, I can't avoid it. No, it's my fate to bump into Satanists. No, just on Twitter.
Well,
it's
you are near Portland, so
yeah, Portland is definitely got a lot of that going on. But there's a guy on Twitter. He's a good artist, and he sometimes tweets like, help me get word out on my art. Nobody's looking at my book. And so I always do. And I kind of think it looks cool, but I do think it looks a little degenerate, but it's kind of okay for whatever it is. But he was talking to someone and he's like, yeah, I'm a Satanist. And someone's like, no, you're not, you're just joking. He's like, no, I affirm Satan with every breath I take. And I was like, okay, what kind of Satanist?
Yeah, what kind? Right? Just the I am God Satanists, or like, no, I'm killing people and drinking their blood every day Satanists.
Yeah, like, are you the type of the Church of Satan, whatever, where they're like pro-mask, pro-vaccination, pro-lockdown?
So satanic, so rebellious. Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, are you like that, or are you like the elites who like eat babies and sacrifice people and they're all rich, or you like one of those like Epstein Island style, or whatever else? Is there a third kind? Because I don't.
Are you one of those Epstein's? Oh fuck, I forgot the word. Satanists.
Yeah,
I zoned out for a second. You one of those Epstein Satanists?
Satanists. I mean, isn't that a conspiracy theory? That is probably not a conspiracy theory. That a lot of rich people in America are like Satanists who drink babies' blood.
Well, they literally prove that if you put like old fogey blood in a mouse, the mouse ages, and if you put like young spry blood in an old mouse, that mouse goes like back in time age-wise. Like, it's scientifically provable that it's a thing. So
no, you can do that with humans. Somebody I know got, I think, what do you call it, stem cells when they got old, so their immune system rebooted. People do that, but I'm talking about this. Yeah, but like normal people too. This isn't some like crazy rich person. But I'm obviously what they're doing is like a whole other level. It's like weird drinking baby.
Just turn your immune system
maybe
on and off,
theoretically, I've heard for legal reasons. Oh, I got some dark shit going on. I guess like what I have no understanding of Satanism. I don't really get it. I thought it just people being edgy, but I thought that a lot of it could be people who really are pagans, because a lot of that imagery from before Christianity, Christianity drew from pagan mythologies in Europe, and that's what a lot of the imagery comes from. So, I mean, you can, because of stuff like the Krampus and everything, like that's not Satanist, that's just pagan, and it's,
Didn't the Jews make Christianity as like Judaism for normal people, like normal people?
What?
I could be completely wrong, but
what does that mean?
No, like it's for
what,
like
the
outside
simplified Chinese of Judaism?
No, kind of. I kind of feel that like isn't Christianity the simplified Chinese of Judaism for like the rest of the world?
I never thought I'd say.
Probably completely wrong. Probably gonna trigger a bunch of people.
No idea.
It's a gateway, maybe.
A gateway to Judaism.
Well, in a way, it is.
It's Old Testament, New Testament, so it's like the New Testament.
But I thought Satanism at the heart was like other religions is like there is a God, and then Satanism is I am God, like full on individualist. Do you know what I mean? Like I dictate what reality is. Like there is no innate reality. It's my truth, right? Like that whole I live my truth, to me that's like that's Satanism, right? Not literal hail Satan.
I thought that was just narcissism.
Yeah, someone in the chat earlier, they said do as you will. That's that one guy who's a famous Satanist. What's his name? Crowley, Aleister Crowley.
Ali Crowley.
I guess sort of the idea of, but that's not just Satanism, though. As in, that's not just seen as evil in Judeo-Christian religion. That's a lot of religions and just cultures in general. The whole idea of culture and religion is to teach people to moderate themselves and to teach them to understand and respect the societal structure and how to treat other people. And that's the function of social pressure and religion since ancient times, and on top of a way for us to understand a natural world. And I think the idea of in America and the West in general, they're trying to tear that down and frame it as this is liberation and you have freedom now. You don't have to follow any rules. But obviously that's not good for most people, because people need boundaries and they need structure. Otherwise they feel like they're worthless. That's why everybody's fucking depressed right now. But maybe that's from Satanism. I don't know. It just seems like this is like a fundamental cornerstone of culture: moderation, self-control, respect for community. And they're tearing that down. And that's, yeah, I can see how that could be satanic, but it's probably just against any sort of traditionalism all over the world.
Yeah. Like they call all sorts of stuff. Because like one of my best friend's dads, he was a super atheist, and he used to tell us as kids, he goes, "Hey kids, just remember, if it feels good, do it." And he was kind of joking, but he's like,
that's weird.
Yeah, but that's like satanic, kind of what he was. And that's like atheist though. He wouldn't say Satanist. He's just an atheist.
Yeah, because like my family, my American side is ethnically Jewish, but we weren't raised with the religion. And my dad was agnostic, but it's like, but he's still quite traditional, And my mom is Buddhist, so it just strikes me as really strange. I think people need that sort of structure, either respect for a religion or respect for for tradition. I think we really need that. And because it's so disingenuous how a lot of leftists now are framing like, what is that ridiculous shit? You hear these crazy people literally saying things like, well, being on time is a European thing, or this is a white person thing. And I'm like, this is the most racist shit I've ever heard, because all the things that they're pointing out, like the nuclear family, that's Europeanism, or that's like white supremacy, or being on time and hard work, the Protestant work ethic is white supremacy. I'm like, these values carry across all successful cultures. This Japanese culture values the nuclear family and hard work. Chinese culture values that before the Cultural Revolution destroyed everything. Like every other culture, even like in like countries all over the world, I'm sure the Inuits, tribes in Africa value the same things. It's just you fucking freaks thinks that we don't need this structure and you don't need to respect it. So don't say that. Don't bring race into it. You guys are just assholes.
Being a decent human being is white supremacy. Like, oh my god, how are you oppressing me with your decency? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like sometimes. I'm sorry I'm oppressing you, Hyper Wizard.
Oh, fucking hell. I'm glad you finally apologized.
Yeah, I know. I've been so terrible. I've been oppressing you this whole time. I want to formally apologize.
Wait, you're saying you're whiter than me?
What?
You're saying you're whiter than me because you're oppressing me?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess you can only oppress somebody if it depends on how much white you have in you, because those are the new rules. So I guess I can't oppress you no matter how mean I am.
I could identify.
Oh gosh!
Black, and then you could totally oppress me all day.
I mean, I don't. Apparently, that's the one thing that's not allowed. Rules can be broken unless it's like identifying as a race, and then it doesn't matter. You can't just make up an identity.
I identify with the 0.01% of Neanderthal DNA in my code. So like I'm totally Neanderthal, and like you all oppress me because like you guys genocided my people.
Oh my god, we should start doing that. We should just say we identify as Neanderthals and Denisovans, and if you're against that, you're denying our truth. What do you mean? This is clearly not. We can't be like, you're oppressing us. Crowdfunding, you're oppressing us. We're a minority group. We're Neanderthals and Denisovans. Why?
Yeah, we got wiped out.
Why are you so uninclusive?
We stole your one good idea, which was to take a big femur bone and use it to smash stuff. We stole that and we took it away from
Stop appropriating our tools, man.
Actually, there's like a lot of immunological DNA from the Neanderthals that are really useful.
Yeah, Moromi says South Park did it already. Yes, Moromi, I was referencing South Park.
Oh shit! I need to watch South Park again. Holy shit! That Harry and Meghan episode was genius. I don't. Is it bad?
No. Which episode are you talking about? You thought that was you thought the Harry and Meghan episode was genius?
Well, not genius, but it was funny.
Did you watch the whole episode or like just clips of it?
I watched somebody walk through it. Why? Okay. You hate it?
No. It's I bet if you watched it, you would be like, it's not actually very well written. Like I don't know, man. No, I'm not dissing it. I love South Park. I absolutely love South Park, but it's just like
no. You can have your opinions that everybody disagrees with.
You can have your wrong opinions.
No, I haven't even seen it. I watched somebody like basically scrolling through it and stopping and then commenting and laughing about it, and the jokes, like the main jokes I thought were really funny, like the fact that this book was called Wow, and when he opened her head up, that was fucking hilarious.
Oh no, it's full of really funny bits. It's like, but South Park, they used to be like on a high horse about like, we don't just put gags in our stuff, all the jokes are integral to the story and stuff, and like saying that they were the good writers. They weren't Family Guy, right? That's the whole South Park thing, is we're not Family Guy. But then if you genuinely watch the new stuff, it's like these jokes aren't integral to the plot at all anymore. These are
so you want them to be like high literature, lampooning on people.
Just the plot didn't make sense. Yeah, typical.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. No, that's a valid criticism though. That the plot was kind of they probably came up with a bunch of jokes and they were just like, let's fit all the jokes in regardless of the plot. I can see that.
Getting roasted in the chat. Yes. Yes.
No, you're allowed to express your wrong opinions here. Yes. I embrace it. But you have a point though. Alfarius Omegon, thank you for the 5 mouse 4 olds. Get rid of old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Self-cultural revolution. Yeah. Red October. I mean, I've been saying this for forever. I almost feel like I'm just rehashing this, but it's not conspiratorial really, and a lot of my lefty friends still think like, well, it's conspiratorial, it's like a conservative conspiracy theory to say that it's like communism or stuff. No, it's just, being inclusive. But I think if you really look at it from, how do I put it, from a functional standpoint, right? Not just what they call themselves, because they play word games. They cloak everything in language such as inclusivity and all this stuff. Even if it's totally hypocritical and they're not actually being inclusive. It's like, if you really look at what they're doing, what they're saying is, well, to be anti-racist or to be inclusive or to bring justice for whatever group that were oppressed in the past, or whatever they think a group that deserves justice, minorities, women, we have to reverse the oppression, basically. That's literally what they're doing. And that's not, I don't think that's up for argument right now, because all the articles that are coming out, like the blatant sexism and racism, and that only goes one way right now. And to them, because in woke ideology, it's not communism in the older sense, but it's a Marxian, not Marxist. It's a Marxian ideology. And it's adapted the same ideas as what original Marxism proposed for the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, but they've applied that to gender and race and all this other stuff. So to them, the large amount of people, like the minorities or whatever, and like those are the proletariat. Those are like the downtrodden people. You have to rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie and like then tip the pyramid over and like rebuild society. And that's what they view as justice, except it's obviously overly simplistic, and that's diametrically opposed to actual liberalism, which is we treat people all the same, and more racism or more sexism cannot make up for past racism and past sexism. That's the liberal point of view. But what we've gone to right now is the mainstream left view is historical revenge. It's not about justice.
Do you remember when that graphic went around? It was a few years ago. It might have even been 2016. It might have been before. And it was like kind of like a splitting off point for a different path of thinking. It was like, don't be tolerant of intolerance, right? So
right. Like, yeah, I heard that everywhere, all the time.
That's what I think is at the core of it, is like, okay, wait a minute. I can now define someone else as intolerant by my own fucking checklist of prerequisites. Then I can be an absolute cunt towards them, and it's completely justified because I'm not being tolerant of intolerance. So then, like, I think that's one of the things at the core of that kind of mindset of I can be a shit to people who I think are Nazis.
Right. Well, that's how they justify a lot of this. That's how they justify all the shit they were doing to Comicsgate. And because they name you a bigot, and they tell everybody you're a bigot over and over and over again, just because you made a joke or said something or have a differing opinion, right? You can have a differing opinion on, say, the most basic, easily understandable example is you can come out and say, well, Captain Marvel is a shit character, and you're like, this is not a strong, like the good way of doing a strong female character. She's terrible. And then they come out and call you a misogynist, and you're like, no, that's not the issue. And they don't listen. It's like, this is a misogynist, and they tell everybody you're a misogynist, and then them and all their friends, because they are the ones in power right now. Make no mistake, they think they want to play victim and act like they're fighting against some structure that existed before. No, they're in power, and the most telling proof of that is the large companies are saying the exact same thing. They're towing the same line as all the large corporations in America. So you guys aren't being rebels, okay, you woke people, but because they repeat that you're a bigot or you're a sexist, and then all their friends think, oh, this person is a bigot because I've been told this over and over again, and I'm really easily offended because I'm fragile as fuck. So when they're saying some racy stuff, and then I'm just going to think that, oh my god, I'm so hurt, I'm so scared, I don't understand, they're a bigot, we have to cancel them or ruin their life, we have to dox them, we have to tortuously interfere with their business, we can do whatever we want to them and act like complete fucking assholes and ruin their entire fucking lives just because I don't like their politics. In my mind, they're the devil, except you never sat down and really tried to understand this person, got to know them, and in your mind you think you're fighting some great evil, except no, this is just another human being who agrees with you with 99% of politics but disagrees with a couple of things, and you probably would understand their point of view, and you might, I think they're really scared of having that conversation because they know they're wrong. And if they do sit down and talk to people about a lot of the issues now, then they're afraid of their minds being changed. So they don't want to have that conversation. They can't defend their ideas. So they'll just call you bigot and try to ruin their life. And they don't realize that these people that they're ruining are just normal people. I'm sorry, you're not fighting some great historical injustice. There are not that many Nazis out there, especially in America. You guys are just fucking assholes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a big part of their identity. So they take it personal if you try to change their mind because they take it like you're trying to break down their identity or whatever.
Breathe, Rainy. That's another Rainy rant clip.
I have been doing a lot of rants this week, yes.
You should put them all out as shorts or something.
I need a clip person or something. I'm terrible at clipping myself. Does somebody want to be my
Comics
clip
Gate
person?
Is Comics Great. We'll clip you.
Wait,
yeah. Somebody be my clip person because I hate going through my streams and clipping.
John said a bit ago, and you were ranting, so I didn't bring it up. Like, can you fight bigotry with bigotry? It's like literally some of the talking heads have said like the only solution to past racism is more racism. Like the only solution to past racism is future racism or something. It's like we're not even that far away from people saying like we need to fight fascism with fascism. It's literally fighting fire with fire. This entire like timeline is fighting fire with fire. And then the other side is like, wait a minute, these people are really effective by fighting fire with fire for some reason. And then they'll start using the same tactics back. And then oh god. I wish people would simmer down, but it's going to be another 5 years of it pepping up and up. It's going to keep getting worse for another 5 years before it starts.
I think it's going to simmer down because I think the regular normal population is waking up to it. And I think what's triggering normal people to sort of see that this is a problem is they're coming for the kids now. And that's like the final line. And thank God that at least here we have like, constitutional free speech and a bunch of other stuff that I don't think is like going to be the end of the world. But again, I'm not going to be overly lax. That's why I'm going to speak out, because I think we have to speak openly about our opinions, especially because so many people are afraid to. But yeah, they're essentially they're saying that to prevent oppression, future oppression, because I'm so convinced that my political enemies are all horrible Nazis, and if I give them even an inch, they're going to start oppressing people and locking people in concentration camps. So I have to in turn oppress them first. I mean,
I need to build the camps first. I need to build the concentration camps first.
But but yeah, thankfully I do think the tides are turning. It's gonna be a rough few years though.
I mean, come on, what? World War III officially starts with a nuclear bomb going off, and then there's elections are suspended because you're now in a world war. Like, if you think things are going to wind down, I don't know, man. Reality always ends up surprising you. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't. So what I'm talking about is the woke
what do you mean
stuff.
culturally?
Because I think, culturally, I don't think geopolitically things are going to wind down because again, China.
China.
China. I feel that situation is not winding down, and a lot of this again we were talking about TikTok earlier and the TikTok algorithm. I think this shit is psyops from China, and I think we are in a Cold War with China. If you're paying attention to what they're saying over there and how they're demonizing Americans and all Westerners, we're in a Cold War, and it's mostly an information war, and a lot of Americans don't realize that yet. But 100%. And I don't know where this is going to go. I don't think that's going to just go away. It's going to have to come to a head. But as far as woke culture goes, I think it's like we've never dealt with a sort of ideological takeover on this level before. And so many people have, because our culture is so prone to, we want to be tolerant of everybody. We've tolerated ourselves into insanity, and it's spilling over to a level where normal people have to face it. So I do think that's going to reverse. But what I'm worried about is now that it's in the military, now that it's in the medical field, and now that in the military, like, the problem is they're not putting merit first. They're hiring people based on diversity quotas. I don't care what color you are, but you have to be able to do the job. And they're hiring people based on diversity quotas. They don't want to train the soldiers too hard, because then their feelings might be hurt, and it's, oh my God, they're so stressed. That's like literally what's happening in our military. So what's going to happen when there's a conflict with China? We're not going to be ready. This stuff is not just, it's not, the damage that has been done when in the culture war is going to spill over for years, if not decades in the future. Even if regular people understand that this was all a mistake, like transitioning children was a horrible mistake that will ruin the rest of their lives and sterilize them, we shouldn't have done this. These things are going to be affecting America for decades to come. This is already irreversible.
I mean, people could argue that it's literally leftover stuff from the Cold War. Like, it's the long term. I know everyone brings up that guy's video. I forget his name.
Oh, Yuri Desmanov.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's legit, but the stuff he says is so on point. I've heard people say that. I've heard someone else who was a KGB guy say that, oh, he's not the real thing, but I don't know. I don't really care.
Nothing's real. Nothing's real, like, at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything's one big puppet show.
It depends, though. I think a lot of these people who come out and say, well, I have the truth, and I I saw the aliens, or I have this disclosure, like, a lot of this stuff is controlled opposition. And for example, like, I'm kind of sus of the whole spy balloon stuff. I'm like, was that really a Chinese spy balloon? I feel like there's something else going on there. I don't think that was actually what's going on. There's so many weird, like, logical holes to it after you think about it for a while. So I don't, but sorry, I almost choked on myself over there. What the fuck was wrong with me? They're trying to poison me. Yeah, I forgot to breathe. But it doesn't really matter to me whether Bezmenov was, like, his whole story is 100% true. What he's saying makes complete sense. That's what's important in relation to his predictions of today's culture. Like, it's eerie, and that's what matters. And
you know, the Chinese. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
You know, the Chinese spy balloon thing. Wouldn't that have technically been an act of war?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, how is it even real? Because surely, if you actually have, like, Chinese spy balloon aircraft shit in your airspace, and if America has a huge boner being like, come on, China, make the first move, we want to go to war, let's go to war. Like, wouldn't that have been this perfect opportunity to try and force a war? This whole spy balloon thing. I don't know, man. Maybe.
And well, at first I was like, well, if they say it's a spy balloon, and like, why aren't they shooting it down? I guess they can't do it in a repopulated area, but it just seemed weird to me how lax they were. And after sort of letting the information sit, I feel like I fell for it at first as well, but now I think it was bullshit. Like, clearly it was to distract us from Ohio. I think that's clearly evident at this point.
Did it happen before or after that?
That happened, like, right at the same time.
Right at the same time.
They weren't talking about it at all until everybody blew it up on Twitter.
Wasn't there another train wreckage, like, literally yesterday?
There were several. There have been, like, multiple, but the giant Chernobyl was in Ohio.
Yeah. What, they burnt it? Why did they try to do a controlled burn and then poison, like, for miles around in a radius? And no one over here hears about that stuff. You know, it's never in the news. There's so many things that happen that just is never in the news over here. And I talked to my grandparents about it, and like, that's weird. Like, this whole Chernobyl event, no one knows about it.
Beastman thinks the spy balloon was bullshit. Yeah, thought about it. It just seems like bullshit, because what Hyperwizard said, that would technically be an act of war. So when it just seemed like they were making light of it so much. They weren't. I mean, if that really was a spy balloon, I get that. Even if they saw it coming, even if, like, they were like, oh, it's flying over military bases and stuff, but even if they didn't get any information, like that is an act of war. And just if like why it I'm trying to explain it. It's just not computing in my mind. The Chinese would not be stupid enough to send a giant fucking like balloon low over American airspace. They're smart. They're waging waging psychological warfare against their people. You think they just send a fucking balloon? I heard some excuse like, well, that's how they get around all the high tech stuff because nobody expected to just be a balloon. Like, fucking no, there are other ways. Like, they would hack you. They would do something else. They would have like stealth aircraft and shit. They wouldn't send a fucking balloon. It makes zero sense, especially with the response that America had. That was a distraction.
I mean, the satellites, right? Like, they could at least just use satellites for do the same thing. Although, can you get LiDAR from satellites? You could probably get really good there probably is a certain type of information that you can get more efficiently from one of those balloons.
Probably, but I just find it disbelievable that they wouldn't use like stealth aircraft or a drone like a balloon. Really?
Yeah.
It just seems they would use a drone, wouldn't they?
God knows. I'm not.
Do you guys remember when Eric Swalwell, his girlfriend, got outed as being a Chinese spy?
Oh yeah.
And he didn't get like arrested, or he's still just a congressman. So they really don't take that shit that seriously, even though it does feel like we're at war. The other thing, kind of what you're saying, Rainey, is speaking of China being smart, I was thinking that they might have played up COVID even more to try and get the world to overreact, because there's early videos during the COVID days from
the
China
zombie thing.
They're all fake and they're like super creepy. But it's all like China taking it super seriously, and
the whole world followed China's playbook with the pandemic. Like, we had Canada, England, Australia, all the fucking Commonwealth, we all had lockdowns. It's like literally just copy paste plans from China. You know what I mean? And like none of it worked. There's been fucking private messages come out, like WhatsApp messages from people in our government, right? Saying, when do we deploy the new variant? And everyone knew about the British variant.
That guy needs to get hung. That guy needs to get like...
People already don't like him. They tried to redeem his image by putting him on fucking "I'm a celebrity, get me out of here" reality TV, whatever. People in England don't do anything. But like, he even said, we need to scare the pants off people, right? to affect real behavioral change. Like, literally, those are the words that use. Listen, could be fake. Look, and literally all you.
I mean, but I would totally believe it if it was real, though.
It would be plausible. It's like WhatsApp message screenshots on like the Guardian or whatever, the Telegraph, and like, so I would lean towards it being believable. But everything can be a psyop nowadays. But yeah, like literally the words. We need to scare the pants off. We need to frighten the pants off people, and then like to affect real behavioral change. And when do we deploy the new variant? Like, I hate being right. I hate being right the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the way I think of it is, I think especially the early versions of COVID, it was a real problem, but I do think they were definitely overplaying it. And even China internally, they were overplaying it to their own people because their zero COVID policy, it just like recently ended. Actually, I've heard that they're probably bringing it back. They're just like not non-ending suppression of their people. They're because their people can't do what we can do here. You know, that like despite all the shit the government does, they're still mildly held to account by the people. But in China, there's none of that. So they're still under lockdown. And I'm not even going to get into so you guys know there were some protests in China like a couple months ago, and people were like, oh my God, China's rising up, and everything got quiet.
They backed down. That's why. There were two ways that could have gone. Either no one backed down and it escalated, and then they would have like invaded Taiwan in order to make people more patriotic again, or back down. And like they backed down on their COVID restrictions right after all those university protests started popping up.
No. So
really, go on.
This is how smart they've gotten, because they learned their lesson with 1989 with Tiananmen and this government hasn't changed in their goals. They just changed how to control information, how to control their people. What happened after the protest is they cut back on the zero COVID for a bit to make it seem like, oh, we care about our people, and because all of this is for show for the outside world. So look, we listened to our people, so everybody went home. What's been happening since then, at least from the people I know and from the channels I follow that keep up with news within China, like, and not just, like the mainstream news from the government, like people on the ground reporting, people who can get information out, is they've been disappearing all the people who were in the protest. So there has been a silent Tiananmen in China and nobody knows about it.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah. But it's quiet because they just let everybody go home, and then they go knock on your door because everything's on fucking video. So they go find who was there and they track them down, and tons of these people have not been heard from again.
That is spooky as fuck, man.
It's
that
spooky as shit.
That's
and then they're bringing the lockdowns back.
That's communist shit right there. And
it's fucking horrifying. This is what you guys want. You guys love China so much? All you fucking modern communists out there in America?
That's horrible.
That's
fucking
more
evil.
extreme than America.
It's more horrifying than 1989 because we don't even see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. January 6th, that sort of happened, but not as bad. They're not killing him and disappearing him, but people have been in prison without
already
bail.
Bad. Yeah. That shouldn't happen, especially in America. But, the whole thing in China, that was not a success. They did they lifted the zero COVID temporarily just to save face, but they've been punishing all these people. It's horrifying.
That's so clever. That's so clever.
It is, which is what I mean. They're fucking smart. So, we have to wise up to what they're doing.
Like, they track people even just based on how they walk. They track people based on their gait now, not just their faces. It's like their body language when they're walking. So it's like you can imagine like some kind of undercover film where there's a resistance and they're like, okay, we need to walk across, we need to avoid the cameras, here, put the face mask on and do a funny walk. And like, it's like a comedy anti-communist thing, like these people in China trying to take down the government, and they're like, we need to get through this part of the secret base, we need to not be picked up by the walk detecting cameras, so they just like do a funny walk across the battlefield or something, like, yeah, you can't detect this, bitch. Like, like whilst wearing the QR code all over their body or something.
Oh yeah, there's like anti-face reading paint or makeup. You just paint a bunch of geometric shit over your face. I mean, it's so sad.
I gotta do a silly walk to avoid recognition cameras.
Oh my god, we're heading straight to it, guys. We're heading straight for it.
Comedy you think of how you even
fucking up this hair, Jesus Christ.
You think of how you even like remedy any of this stuff, and essentially I don't think you can get past it until you humiliate it properly or it gets boring. Do you know what I mean? Like, it'll keep pepping up, it'll keep becoming eye for an eye until either someone finally manages to laugh at it and everyone has a good laugh, and then we like go, oh, that was silly, or like it becomes completely boring. Do you know what I mean? It's like there was that clip of that some clip of some woman, she was like, someone came up to me and said, excuse me, are you a they them, because you look kind of like it, and she hated that they could tell. And it's like in that yeah she it was yeah
that's great.
But it's like, I bet it's because in that
I'm gonna start doing that. Oh no, I'm too nice to do that.
Oh, if you want to destroy, okay, this is evil. Oh, I'm not even gonna say it on the stream. How many people?
No.
If you want to,
only 137 people watching you right now.
If you want to completely destroy a woman on a dating app,
camera, get on camera. Don't buzz out.
If you want to completely destroy a woman on a dating app, I've never done this, I don't advise doing this, but if you match with them and then the message you send is, sorry, I'm not really into trans women.
Oh.
That's horrible.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's horrible.
Because then it plays with a whole bunch of stuff in that person's head, right? Because they can't be angry about it, because then they'd be a bigot.
Yeah, you have to find somebody who's obviously an ultra progressive and do that to them.
I didn't say that.
I mean, that's where my mind goes because I'm mildly evil. Only mildly.
No. I know. I mean, I didn't say that. You didn't hear that from me though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't. What did you just say? I just blanked the last 5 minutes of our conversation. I mean, that wasn't even that bad. The chat loves it.
No, I know. But like,
it's funny, and we're not advising anybody to do that because people should be nice. But it's a funny idea because you're right. I mean, right now it's sort of like when you come against like a trend like this. It's first it's or like whatever you call it, ideology that's trying to take over, whether it's a religion or a social movement that is bullshit. First, there's a stage where like you take it seriously and everybody's arguing about it, but once the way it's over is when everyone's laughing at it, and that's when people just don't even take it seriously because laughter depowers the subject of discussion. You're completely taking the power away from whatever you're talking about.
You've got to attack the people making the jokes, attack the comedians, make comedy verboten. When was the last good comedy film you even saw come out? Do you know what I mean? Like all the good comedy is like pretty much on the internet, and like even that is getting a bit trite because it's just kind of like we're just counter it. Like it's some stuff can be we're being offensive and like fuck you, we'll do what we want, but like it's not actually funny. Like it's not actually disassembling the concept that you want to depower, but like
I mean, how bad is it where even fucking Dave Chappelle's like, I'm just not gonna talk about all these issues because you guys are too crazy. Like, y'all so bad. I wish he didn't back down. Actually, I think he said that, but I don't think he ultimately did. I think he just said that because he was so tired of because he was making some jokes about trans activism. But he was like also talking about his trans friend, but it wasn't. But they were like calling him transphobic. It was so bad because of course these people are so tolerant that they harass anybody who jokes about them. And he came to a point where he was like, I'm just not gonna talk about it. But I don't think he actually followed through with that. I think ultimately he kept on, just doing his thing. But I'm starting to see comedians. There was a while when comedians were like. They were getting soft, definitely. They were afraid to really make jokes about certain things, and comedy was shit. I'm starting to see it get better slowly here and there. I think like fucking Eddie Murphy is still funny. Oh my god, you guys just see he just did the stand-up like fucking roasting Will and Jada Smith. It was so funny.
Eddie Murphy. That wasn't Eddie Murphy.
Chris Rock?
No, Chris Rock. No, not Eddie
They all
Murphy.
look the same. No.
They all look the same. They all look the same. Chris Rock. He was roasting the shit out of them. It was so funny.
It's like one black guy basically pulling the Superman.
No, I actually don't know. I actually don't know comedians that much, but anyways, somebody's gonna clip that. And on YouTube there are a lot of comedians that are pretty funny, but I don't know. It's sort of like it's just going to take time. I think people are starting to be able to joke about it. Disgruntled. They're not the same open those eyes, Irene. Well, I am Asian, so it's hard for me to see.
I thought you were going to say it's hard for you to open your eyes.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Because it's constantly squinting.
I got to be part Asian because like my eyes are so squinty.
Look,
this is the most I can open them.
That's because you have Bell's palsy.
It's not that bad. Actually, even on it's weird because when I was little, I had really big eyes, and I grew up, and it's like everything else grew around it. It was weird.
You were anime from the start.
No, when I really don't. Okay, my eyes are not that big. I think that's why I like to wear eyeliner. It makes my eyes look bigger than they actually are.
I should try that.
No, but even my Western side doesn't have very big eyes. But oh my gosh, what was the joke? He was roasting Will and Jada Smith so much. He was like, everybody was calling him a bitch. Everybody was calling Will Smith a bitch. Like, the men were calling him a bitch. Women were calling him bitch. Everybody was calling him a bitch, and the way he said it was so funny. It was like, "He's a bitch." The media was calling him a bitch. The right was calling him a bitch. The liberals were also calling him a bitch, and they were saying his wife was a predator, and also they are saying he's a bitch. And he just went on for like 10 minutes about it, and then he ended with, and who does he attack? He attacks me, the guy that he knows. He didn't use that word. He was saying the N-word, but he was like, he attacks me, the guy that he knows he can beat. So he's a bitch. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Go watch it. Holy shit.
Do you see the edited clip? I keep just getting Camel Nights was earlier on, so now I'm just thinking of all the clips from Camel Nights. They did an edited clip of like whoever Jaden Smith is when he was a kid, like on the stage talking about his dad, and then they did the edit of the clip of the "get my name out of your fucking mouth" to the little kid of Jaden Smith, like from the past.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, I've explained that very hilariously.
Yeah, explain your joke, because that'll really make it work.
They're probably Satanists.
The Smiths?
Will and
Everybody's a
Jada.
Satanist.
Everyone is a Satanist.
Hey, Bancroft, do you want to hop on? Hey,
I wonder what
Bancroft.
time it is there.
Hi, Lieutenant Hughes.
It's probably 8 a.m. for Bancroft or something like that.
Australia.
Hey, I'm almost done with the hair. Look, yay.
Looks great.
I'm going to eat some bread. Let's reward myself. Ow.
Yeah, it is 8. Did it? It's 8. It's like nearly 9 at night in Aussie land. Australia.
Australia.
People always think I'm from Australia. They said it in the chat earlier. It's like, is another Aussie? Like, no, I just have a mutant accent that you can't really pin.
You do. I did think you were Aussie when I first met you.
Even Bancroft thought for a second if I was an Aussie or not.
No, that's impressive.
Eating that bread.
I hope it doesn't make me fat. It probably will.
It definitely will.
Aww.
That's why he sent it.
I like to think that homemade bread doesn't make you fat, but I don't know if that's true.
That's a lie.
I think, the Lord of the Rings, they take that elven bread with them. I'm like, that's what I think about whenever I eat homemade bread. I'm like, I'm going on a motherfucking quest. Then I'm going to eat this shit.
Alfair, so Megan, thank you for 5. Hong Kong was the proving ground. Tag and bag, then make it look like a self-deletion over 10 square is more effective. I guess you didn't finish the message. Let me see. Did you send another part separately? Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I think Hong Kong was a huge sort of testing ground to see what the rest of the world put up with. Like they're like, we clearly broke our original agreement and we're just going to do whatever we want to Hong Kong, and everybody kind of just stood by and was like, this is very bad, but nobody actually did anything. So they're like, oh, so we can do whatever the fuck we want then, because nobody actually challenges us. I'm not even saying that we should have done something. It was just weird. I was very conflicted in that situation.
Done what? What do you mean? Done what? Where? Didn't another building burn down in Hong Kong the other day? Like another high rise burnt down?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. So a few years ago when Hong Kong was having the pro-democracy protest because China was breaking their agreement when Hong Kong was handed back to them, and the police were like cracking down super hard on the protesters and like beating them and everything. And the rest of the world was, reporting on it, but ultimately nobody did anything. I think a few countries opened up refugee status for anybody who wanted to move out of Hong Kong. That was about it. Because, ultimately, what can you do, right? Because Hong Kong is part of China at that point. And it was sort of like a bit of, I think, for a lot of Taiwanese people, it was like a bit of a wake-up call as well. Because, I think a lot of people are, not speaking for all Taiwanese people, there are, obviously Taiwanese people that, but I don't think, there are very few Taiwanese people who are like straight up pro-CCP. I think even people who want unification are sort of like, oh yeah, but not that government. You know what I mean?
Do you want me to send Bancroft the link, by the way?
Does he want to come on?
He said he'd come in. Do you want me to send it to him?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I can start being the third wheel.
Huh?
Joking.
What are you working on, Noah? You've been quiet.
I'm on the last page of Cerberus, and I think I might try and power through and color it tonight. We'll see. But
Ooh,
then
you
it's
can
out
do
of
it.
92, so then I just got to go over the lettering that Eric Weathers turned in and do notes, and then attach the lettering to the colors, and it's done. So it'll be done like by the end of this week, and then I'm going to send it to some people to read, I think. And I start fulfillment really soon on the short story collection too.
Awesome.
You put out a new Cave Slave cover. That looked awesome.
Yeah, that's Nick Hunter. Nick Hunter is cool. He's an Australian guy, and he was doing some work for Peter Samedi, and I was like, whoa, that's amazing. So I DM'd him, and he did one of the shorts in the short stories compendium. So we've worked together like a fair amount now, but I hit him up once in a while because his art's just really awesome.
We have a guest. Hi,
Bancroft, what up?
What's up?
Here he is.
I like how this is like in the normal time that a lot of people streams follow is like Eastern Standard Time, but this is everybody who's not Eastern Standard Time.
The
Hello,
Dreg.
what's up? Not the dregs. No, you guys are awesome because you're here with me. Thanks for joining. How are you, Michael?
This is usually I don't usually comic skate at this hour. This is like too late for me to comic skate. So
when are you not at that
I'd
desk?
pop on.
When are you not in that room at that desk? It's like there's the times that you're doing your show or other people's shows, but then it's like every other hour of the day you're just there chained in that room.
I've been sitting at this chair on this desk. Hold on a sec. Let me do some maths on stream.
Have we ever
seen... excluding I took about an hour off to go have lunch and kick the football dinner, and kick the football around with the kids, maybe an hour and a half. I've been on this chair for about 13 hours today, I think.
Holy shit!
Do you have a good chair? At least?
No.
Do you at least have a Herman Miller M body?
Like, no, I have a terrible chair. Let me show it to you. Actually, it's awful.
You need to invest in a good chair. He just has one of those PewDiePie gamer chairs. How are you not fucking crippled right now, man? Like
it's like some IKEA chair, dude.
No, it's better than IKEA, but it's not an expensive chair.
I don't know how you do it. My chair cost $1,000, and I bought it like nearly 10 years ago, and it's still the fucking best, man.
Chat wants me to flex. I have a new standing desk, so I don't even have a chair. Wow,
you're standing up.
My flex.
Yeah,
I am. That's why I'm doing this.
Narwhal's a stander too.
But I'm trying to trade.
I can do that, Narwhal.
I need to get off my ass, dude.
I'm going down the elevator. There you go. So I didn't pay for too much of a height difference.
That's how elevators work. They just suddenly go from the top of the building to the bottom in an instant. They just drop.
Bancroft, you can find footage on YouTube of those kind of chairs breaking, and then the post
shoot up the guy's ass.
Yeah, it goes right up the guy's butt.
Oh no!
No, this has a very hard wooden base on it. So
it's never hard enough. Never hard as you think.
Yeah, it's like pneumatically compressed, so you might be in danger.
Maybe too hard.
Ooh la la.
I feel like that's like a satisfying feeling though when you pull the lever and you feel like the hydraulics of it go.
You're pushing the air out of something with your ass. You're like, yes, my entire corporeal being is compressing air.
Yes, small things we have to find pleasure in throughout the day.
Small things. I think having a standing desk is a good idea, though. It's I was like kind of putting off it forever because everybody was recommending it, and I don't know. I guess I'm just a rebel. I don't like listening to other people, but I'm like, yeah, I really do need to put in an effort to get into shape. It's just sitting here.
I get in pain when I stand too long. I always have. It like going to a concert or whatever, anything. I have to sort of start squatting or something. Like
Where does
like
the
like
pain
an
happen?
Asian.
Where does the pain happen? In the back of your feet? 'Cause you
Everywhere,
might not be
back,
standing properly.
legs,
Okay, just a
shoulders,
general cripple,
neck.
just a general weak human.
I went to a sports physio when I was, I'm going to say 16, 17.
50 years
She
ago.
said, okay, lie down on the thing. I'm going to check your back. And she's like, have you been in an accident? I said, no. I rollerblade. So like I fall over a lot. And she's like, I don't see backs like this in anyone who isn't 80 years old or hasn't been in a serious car accident.
Oh
Damn.
my
like,
god, is it that bad? So do you
It
regularly
was,
get
but
back
she
pain?
I did a whole bunch of stuff. I did traction and all that sort of stuff. It's been pretty good, but I can't stand for long periods of time. I have to sit down.
They go Bancroft's the one in the wheelchair, not Camel.
Mm.
Oh, we
Yeah,
figured
don't
it
let
out.
that get out there. Thankfully, no one's watching at this late hour.
Oh, we only have 150 people, so you're fine.
Manaho says
Oh, they'll
Bancroft
keep
is
it
crippled.
keep it quiet.
Background is cool. Kojo, hello. There are doodlers. Well, mostly me and no one else is. If you guys want to share what you're doing,
I could do some. I've had my iPad charging just in case that you wanted other people to draw and not just you.
No, it's if you want to share. It's mostly me drawing. I'm fine with it. All the attention being on me. But
we're learning how to draw.
I
hair.
just finished a short, so.
Oh yeah, I saw. Did you finish
Wanna
the last
debut it?
Ethan rant?
No.
How much
However,
animated is it? Is it any percent animated?
it's I tell you what it is. I tell you, it's going to be mostly just him talking. Usually when I pick these things, I pick the audio because there's lots of sort of you talk about this hyper. There's lots of visual metaphors in there that you can draw, but actually in this one it really isn't. It's just Ethan ranting about this stuff, which is fine, but it'll be mostly him talking, which is easier for me because
What are you doing?
I've already got all that stuff. What are you doing, Reed?
Wait, what just happened?
Have you demoted yourself from standing desk to sitting now?
I was sitting, but I have to climb on my chair because like I don't have a standing desk chair right now. I just have my old chair with
You're not
two
supposed to have a
pillows.
standing desk chair. It's a standing desk.
Do you know how many hours a day I draw?
Novel's only allowed a standing desk because the people he's staying with won't let him have a chair.
You're like indentured servitude, where
And he's only allowed
Rainy,
to eat bread.
do you want to share my thing? I just show it quickly. I mean, I know it's gonna be very
let's
interesting,
see.
but
Oh hell yeah!
this is sort of like, so I've just selected, what I want him to be doing at certain times. So there's no lip syncing or anything on it yet, but it's just basically, him ranting, doing all sorts of different things there. And so that's sort of what I got up to. I've got a little bit left to drop all those in. And then I'll go in and I've got some little extras I want to put in, and then I'll lip sync it and it'll be done. I mean, hopefully I'll finish that next weekend, but we'll see. These things take so long.
What are you
ridiculous? Who would ever do this?
I don't know. You're an insane person. You're doing it all yourself.
Lewis says you need to give Ethan a black beard. I did. It looked ridiculous. Like it didn't fit, and I was like,
"Well, the real life
one
one looks
this?" And I'm like,
ridiculous.
I can't actually redo it. Like I literally can't remake him. I've got probably 100 of him in different poses doing different things. I'm not going to go through all of them, and because I've got him mouth open and mouth closed. I can't go through all of them and redo the beard. It's not going to work. So I'm just like,
yeah,
he looks like Rob Reiner. That's what it is. He always has. He always will. It's like Cecil. You don't draw Cecil. You don't draw ripped Cecil.
Muscle Cecil, yeah.
A fat, wearing a box Cecil.
Cecil is always fat in fiction.
Wearing a box? What?
Yeah.
In the no.
Oh yeah,
no
trash
cover
can.
one. He's got
I'm really excited for no cover because after seeing that, fucking Cecil's in it and Shane's in it, and like Shane had like straw in him, it made me think, wait, is this what is it called? Fucking Dorothy going down, with the Tin Man and shit. What is that called?
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz. Like, I think it's a Wizard of Oz thing. And I think it's going to have vibes of like assembling an RPG party and going out and having fights. And it made me really, really want to make a no-cover RPG where you build your party and you go out and you fight random
Are
encounters.
you one of those people who just start a new thing every month? Like you always talk about new ideas you've got, but you still got all these other projects you haven't finished.
Oh, no, like,
sound like that.
Yeah, you have to make this decision of like, okay, I'm going to let myself have these ideas and dream, but you never think I'll actually do them. Like, you don't do them, but you're like, they just do these things when you think of them not appear whole cloth in your head in an instant. Like, do you not instantly see the finished thing and like what it could be, or are you more like it slowly grows?
I just don't let anything come into my head that isn't Lucent related.
That's a great answer.
I've made this commitment. I'm sticking with it to the end.
Seeing as you're here, I should open my Lucent now. I've got it.
Oh yeah,
hell yeah!
That came really quick.
It didn't come as quick as PTP. He got his super quick.
Oh, the second chance campaign, right?
Where is it? Oh, I think I have it in the other room. Hold on. Right, you can.
That is I do find creators sort of creative management interesting. So I think there's the people who take the approach of like, let me just throw. There's sort of two different major approaches. People just throw a lot of ideas out there, and I think that works really well for sort of the American market, where they're looking for mini series and 6-issue series and stuff. And I think a lot of people, Hollywood incentivizes that too, because they incentivize the pitch. They want to hear like a cool, catchy pitch, and everything is about the pitch. And while that's important, I think what's underplayed is sort of the value of having like one idea where you really put a lot of thought into it and spend years developing it and then put it out. And I'm just, I mean, I kind of feel like I have an idea what all of you guys are, but what approach do you think works?
I still have ideas, but not probably like what Narwhal experiences, who has, I don't know, I feel like he has a million
ideas
things in the fire at once. I mean, I once had an idea I wanted to write, and I had a pretty good idea. I wanted to write a time travel story that is paradox free. Like just as a challenge.
Are we the same fucking person? I have a whole time travel fucking thing. Yeah, paradox free, predeterminism. Yeah. Wait,
and then I wrote like this whole synopsis, and I got about 3/4 of the way in, and I was like, oh, I feel like there's a plot hole in here, and I could, and and every sentence I wrote, I felt like I was about to hit that plot hole or that paradox, and I was like, and then I was like, I've spent 2 days writing a synopsis. I'm supposed to be drawing a comic, and I just put it to the side. And I was like, all right, maybe one day I'll get back to that.
Noel only comes up with a million ideas because like he's had a football playbook like from when he was a child that he's been writing all his ideas in, and he just pulls them out and says, wait a minute, it's time for this one.
Yeah, I got the rolling notebooks with ideas, but Earthbound is like my main thing, but I keep getting distracted. Yeah, and I'm always working on it a little bit, but the Earthbound 2 is pretty successful within Comicsgate, so that I had a budget, so I started spending a lot of that money hiring people. So since then I've had two kind of facets going, one where I'm just a writer hiring people, and then one where I'm working on my own stuff.
So I think that's what you have to do. Would you do that, Rainey?
So for Fiendish, because I'm obviously my approach is like I have one thing I'm focusing on, and so I'm committed to being the main artist on the main books, but I'm going to hire people for a lot of the side stories, and like I plan side stories into the series, so it's like 9 main books, but I have like 4 or 5 in between chapters that it's like you could do without or you could not, but it's really
I'm doing the exact same thing. And I think we have a similar
minds think alike.
Are you gonna do supplemental books on future campaigns?
Up for the way our worlds work is if you've got this really big expansive world that you've created, but obviously you've got like a storyline, you know, an arc, a narrative that is going to be a bit more focused, but you've got all this other stuff that exists out there that can't fit into it. But you can have a character that plays an important role in the book that you're making, but it's just like, oh, well, people might be interested in that character. Well, how did they come about, or what happened to them that was really important at some point? You can do a side story on that, and that's what I'm doing.
Exactly. A lot of, I think 4 out of 5 or so, or 3 out of 5 of the side stories are entirely character flashbacks, and it's a way to help the reader better understand the character's motivations, because I can say, you know, of course you don't have to read it to completely understand it, but seeing this past event that really affected this character's entire life play out in person, and it helps you understand exactly what they mean when they say certain things, and also it's just a cool extra story to have. So I like that approach. I feel like that's not enough people, you know, approaching comics that way, right? Because it's a bit of a more literary approach.
Would you guys do the supplemental book like Shane did for Inglorious Rex then, when you had the side stories in a separate book in future campaigns? And
I think Rini could do it. Like, she's proven that her campaigns are big enough that you can do that. I think you have to have pretty big campaigns though to really pull that off. Like,
to print like a whole whole extra book. I'm considering expensive. I don't know yet if I want to do an extra book or if I want to just print it like extra pages. Nice, look at that. Ooh.
Yeah, look at this amazing, really huge, really easy to tell what it is signature. Like
it's an M. I remember doing that one actually.
Really?
I was like, I don't normally do the B's like that.
He remembers it because it's the shittest one. That's why.
Oh, he was like, this one's going to Hyperwiz. I'm going to sign it like shit.
Dinged and dented, or
I never did the whole, I'm going to make a cool comic book signature. I never did that.
That signature, it looks like it says Lucent Man. I was trying to read
it. Michael Bancroft, and then your underscore name should be Lucent Man. Like, Rini hasn't enabled it on her stream, but like the little titles.
Yeah. Oh shit, I need it.
I still haven't done my puzzle. That sky is too hard. I was a fucking retard for asking you to do a logoless sky. Yeah, it's still over there. I haven't done it yet.
I told you at the time. I told you on the
I don't
stream.
listen to anyone. I don't listen to people.
This is not a good idea.
I listen to myself. I even had a medium once tell me that my spirit guide said, like, yeah, he doesn't listen to anyone. You know,
well, there you go. That
even my spirit guide is like, Jake doesn't listen to fucking anyone, man.
Oh, we've noticed.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I've actually got Rod Looper.
Too. Huh?
Rini, do you know Rod Looper?
Yeah.
The artist? Yeah, I've got him working on a book for me right now. He's about halfway through.
Ooh, awesome. I have something going on behind the scenes too, but we're not quite ready to reveal it yet. But
I can guess what it is. And I can guess who it is.
You probably know.
And I think it's a good choice.
That was fan art.
Yeah, it's turning out very well.
I really like
to do fan art. You might end up on a thing. So
yeah. I mean, there's some people who did. I found a lot of good artists through the Fiendish fan art contest, but there's some people who like were too late for the fan art contest. I'm like, I'm gonna hire these Luca Brica or Brica Luca. I don't know which way it is. He's really good. And I think I'm gonna.
Sounds like he's in The Godfather.
Who did this? Because I like this. I like the contrast of
Antoine Dennison.
I like.
Do you know Antoine?
That's one where I'm like, how do you know where to put the blacks and where to put the whites? And he's like,
I tried coloring that too. He was like, can you color this? And I tried, and I was like, this is not the sort of thing I normally color.
You do colored line art, and then you'd have it more flat. You can't really take this high contrast and then like paint like cell shading. I could do it.
Why is chat talking about my height? Everybody's talking. What? I'm 5'7", guys. There you go.
That's tall for a girl, isn't it? 5'7".
It's above average height, yeah. Especially, I tower over everybody in Asia. Let me tell you that.
You are the queen of all of Asia. You're like, kneel before me, peons, because of your height.
I'm a giant. I mean, some northern Asians, like Koreans and Mongolians, can be a little taller, mostly Koreans. But
Why did you do 2 of the same sticker? But you were like, oh,
Because
I
they
don't
don't
know.
have
Do they
anything
want the big
else.
sticker? Do they want
No,
the
no,
slightly
no, no.
smaller sticker?
That big. Well, one is a magnet. And
Oh,
one's a
really?
sticker. So the big one is a sticker. The small one is a magnet.
I like that
The
these probably
big
cost
one.
the same.
No, the big one was left over for like
Okay.
a lot of the stuff that you got is just that was leftover shit in my cottage that I
Shit,
had
the
from the first
leftover
campaign.
shit.
It's a second chance campaign. You get. I mean,
Where
what
is
am I
my
gonna do?
original
Gonna
art
sit
piece
here?
that you put in because you like me? Where's my original art that you could have?
you want to show that again? We were
Oh
showing
yeah,
off.
sure. So these are the 3 prints that he gave away with his second chance campaign.
Well, that's to
This is
you.
now
Not
an
everyone got all these.
unboxing stream.
Not everyone got all these.
no, but
Oh.
I got in early. Did you give me stuff
Yeah.
that I shouldn't have had?
No,
Oh well, then what are you even saying?
I didn't. Mel was the one who
So
was fulfilling.
catty.
It's all for entertainment. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect.
David McFarland for 5. Tell these people your height, Irene. Thank you, David McFarland. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm just trying my best to get canceled today. Like recently, I just given no fucks.
What, by telling people your height?
No. Like the Chinese accent.
There's the preview book. There's the preview. Is that the preview book?
Yes.
Yes, I got the preview book. Oh,
That means you
beautiful.
were one of the first 125 backers.
Are they all gone now? A giant among Asians. You all bow before me.
Oh my gosh. Sure. All right. Cool. I am tall for Taiwan, I guess. I'm taller than like all the men in my Taiwanese family.
Oh,
Rini, do you ever wear heels?
Not really.
Rainy,
That
did
would
I
be
tell you about the
monstrous.
time I was in Taiwan? I think I did actually.
Oh,
I
you
don't know if I
mentioned
did.
you passed through the airport, right? Ooh, else I'm done with that.
Yeah.
with the lady
I had-
boys.
A young.
No, that's Thailand.
Okay.
No.
Hyper
No,
Same
this
lizard.
young
thing.
guy
I know
this
we
young
all look
guy-
the same.
comes
Got
up to me in a
China.
hat like this, yeah, without the
Oh.
Australian thing. He
Oh,
comes
yeah.
up to me and he's like, he's the smallest human being I've ever seen. Like his waist, I could have put my hands around his waist, and
Yeah.
he's all really fashionable. He's wearing all this cool expensive clothes and a cowboy hat on, and he comes up to me and he's like, can I do a survey? It's for my university or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm not doing anything. And about 5 minutes in, he is flirting with me hardcore. Like normally sometimes you're like, is this guy flirting with me? And you don't really know, like it's a rare event. I mean, this guy, like I was like moving a little bit to the side and he would shuffle
Tell me
closer.
about this part. Oh my gosh! You got your one experience in Taiwan was a guy just badly hitting on you in the airport.
Nice.
He was fluttering his eyelids. He was asking me where I was staying. I think he even asked me if I had a place to stay and would I be willing to go to hit. Like it was.
Oh boy.
It was full
my
on. And
God,
I was like,
that
I'm
is
just waiting for my
really
plane,
forward.
man. I'm just waiting for my plane.
And you
That
didn't take him up on his offer? I mean,
He was really, another thing I remember, he was very intent that I enjoy Taipei, not him. And I was like, I'm at the airport. He's like, yeah, but I can show you around and you can really see all the good parts of the city. I'm like, no, I'm staying at the airport.
Aw,
I'm
that's
waiting
so
for a plane.
I can show your butthole.
Yeah.
That's
I can
kind
give
of
you a tour of
adorable.
That was what I remember from being stuck in a Taipei airport for 4 days.
Is that the only time you've ever been hit on by a guy?
No. I'm
Oh,
from Melbourne.
Continue. I just want to
it's like
get
that
all of your
wasn't
gay stories out.
the Taipei story I was expecting, but I'm also not surprised.
Yeah.
The last
Taipei, I
time-
remember Taipei was oppressively hot. Like
Oh, but okay,
obscenely
so
hot.
Taiwan is
humid?
it's like Taiwan's the same latitude as Florida anyways, but Taipei is like worse because the thing with Taipei is it's in a basin. So it's a subtropical island and it's in a basin. That's where they decided to build the fucking capital city because they're geniuses.
You know that scene in The Simpsons where Abe goes into the house of ill repute, and Bart is at the counter, and he comes in, puts his hat on, sees Bart, picks his hat back, like
turns around,
puts his hat back on, and walks right out. That was me, except in opposite. I'm in the airport, I'm bored, I'm like, fuck it, I want to go out and see a bit of the city because I was stuck in the airport for 4 days. And
did you go to
so
the
just like
four floors of horror?
I walk out and the doors open and I literally just walk right back in. I'm like, fuck that. No.
I know that feeling.
Air conditioning.
I love it because that's the I'm home feeling for me. It's like, oh, there's the air that feels like water.
Was it humid? Oh yeah, well you feel like you're drinking a pint of Guinness by simply
like
walking
when it's
around.
hard to breathe.
Great. Yeah.
You
I
just
hate that. When I was a little kid, we went to Fuerteventura, and that happened as soon as you got off the plane, and you're like, oh fuck, I've got 2 weeks here. Then you adjust to it.
Like this evil
yeah, that's a good thing
because like the air conditioning makes it even hotter because of all the exhaust, and this just gets worse and worse.
Is it humid in Florida or is it just hot?
Camel says it's just hot.
Okay, good.
But I don't know if he's tricking me.
Have you booked your tickets for Tampa yet?
I think Tampa's
someone
okay.
mentioned to me today I should do a GoFundMe to help raise money for tickets. I'm like, is that what GoFundMe is for? I don't know if that's in bad taste because, like,
it's either that or a sex change.
Yeah, I don't know because it's really expensive. I think it's going to be about 3,500 Australian for a ticket.
Yeah,
how much is that in normal human money?
What, in US dollars? I don't know what it is in pounds, but
well, tickets are really expensive. It's probably like $4,000 US or something.
No. It's going to be less. AUD to.
It's one of those business expenses you can just like usher away and forget about.
Yeah, it is a business. About 2,360.
Okay.
It is a business expense, but you still have to have the money anyway. You know, it's not like I have the money, I just don't want to spend it. It's like I actually need the money. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could raise that kind of scratch just to say, hey, send me to Florida.
It's come on, it's a once in a lifetime thing. It's going to be World War III before you know it, man. It probably is the only time you're going to be able to do this for like the next 5-7 years. So like, I don't know.
You have a point. You have a point. You never know.
You've got a window.
I really want to go.
Yeah, you should do it. GoFundMe isn't just for like, I don't know, people are sick and shit. Like,
that's what I think it is. It's like, oh, our house got blown over or something.
Well, those are the ones that get shared the most. But I've seen people do GoFundMe for the dumbest shit. Like, I want to buy a pizza, and people like fucking donate money.
You can do anything.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah.
All right. I think I will then. If you guys, I just was picturing the chat going, look at this fucking.
Yeah, we will make fun of you as well.
Money from the mouths of poor dying cancer kids.
Yeah, you play that up. You should play up that angle. You should say Bancroft.
No, Camel could do that.
Bancroft's definitely not cancer fund.
No, don't do that. You might get taken down.
You get arrested.
You don't want to lie about that kind. Yeah.
I said Bancroft's definitely not cancer fund.
I guess. I'm worried that they would be like, "Oh, is this a joke?" And I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm being paranoid.
Did you peel all of the plastic off of all of these?
Yes.
You know, you understand that is a protective thing for shipping that they put that on.
Yeah, but I don't want to put. Yeah, but I knew I was going to put them in a bag myself, and I don't want to force you guys to do it.
You know, the end user also loves taking off the plastic off these things.
Wow. Maybe I'll do a survey on that.
I think you're the first person who said that.
Do you not like stripping the plastic off a new TV?
I mean, I like that, but so for my standees, they ship with a film over it as well, and like the number of people who didn't realize there were 2 films front and back was like astronomical. It just, I don't know, it's preference.
Compensating for the stupidity of the.
I don't feel like it's the same. satisfactory. I don't feel like it's the same satisfactory feeling getting that off than say like peeling it off a new iPhone. It's not quite the same. It's actually quite annoying.
Bit of a nuisance, right? Hojo, your super chat won't go through? Really? I don't see any from you. You know, if you well, I appreciate it nonetheless. If you have a message, I'll keep an eye on the chat. You can just type it.
That's happened to me.
That sucks. Wait.
Yeah, see, William is saying, I'm not paying for Bancroft's holiday. I'll just keep it and go on holiday myself. That's what I'm thinking is going to be the most common reaction to me doing a GoFundMe. And I completely understand. I'd be the same.
Well, he's not Nolan Lockhart or Sumo Thori.
That's true.
Or D.
Chat or Z guys is offended at my little swan mug because I usually use the badass one. This is tea, and this is the one that you is still here. Don't worry. This is coffee, and this is tea, and I'm drinking them at the same time because I have no self-control.
Coffee.
Do you want to call Australian swan anecdote?
Yeah.
No.
Shut up, Hyper Wizard. Back in the day, there used to be a saying. I don't know where, probably in England. Like that's as you're as likely to see that as you are a black swan because all swans were white that they were aware of. And then they went to Australia and all the swans were black.
Wait, really?
And they're like, oh,
Australian swans are black?
It is very interesting. Yeah, all our swans are black.
That's where all the criminal swans were deported to.
What?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It's a multi-layered joke.
That good.
Disavow.
Because Australia was a British prison colony, so obviously every animal that's there was also a British prisoner, right? Oh, because of the black swans. Odd.
Disavow. Oh, you didn't even realize.
No, I didn't realize. No, it was an Australian joke.
Yeah, you're actually showing how racist you are, Rini, because that's the first thing you thought of.
Yeah, you noticed.
No, everybody thought of it. It's not my opinion, clearly. It's that everyone makes those stereotypes when they are being racist. I don't think that.
I don't even see swans.
Oh, you don't even see color. You're right. You're right.
I'm colorblind. A colorblind colorist.
There is a colorblind colorist in CG.
Really?
I used to.
You gonna out them?
I used to send him. There's a site you can go on, and you can write messages into those dot patterns that they can't see.
Yeah,
and I would write like mean things into them and DM them to him.
What?
And he'd have to get his friends to decipher them for him.
You're so mean. Why would you do that?
Wait, to have a joke or literally to as an attack?
No, we were the original kayfabe.
Okay, good. Yeah, we had an understanding.
And, it was funny. It was funny.
Bancroft, did you ever win any competitions as a kid? Any art competitions?
Good callback.
I feel like I might have, but I think I just was one of those kids that was like, oh, you do well in this at school, stuff like that. I drew a picture of Wolverine when I was about 10 and sent it into a TV show, and they showed it on the TV show, and they sent me like a $2 Transformer toy, and I was so pissed. I threw it in the bin.
That's why you're so famous.
Other kids were getting good stuff. I left high school, and about 6 months later, I got a call from the head art teacher at my high school, well, my old high school at the time, and he's like, we want to give you the award for the art student or something. I was like, really? Okay. So I went and I got that. But yeah, not for when I was younger. I started winning t-shirt competitions, but that was when I was already an adult.
Oh, right. We were talking about art competitions.
And then all of your t-shirt designs got stolen by big companies.
They are actually, yeah. You can Google my t-shirt designs. They're all over, rip-off websites and stuff.
Bancroft designed the "I'm with Stupid" shirt. He designed the "I Love New York" shirt, and like all these companies, he had all these great ideas.
I won. I
Young,
won
dumb, and full of
the.
cum.
Yes, that
I
was
won an
him.
official TMNT t-shirt competition. And
Do you like this shirt design?
Nice. That's a good one. Rini, how come your mouse is not connected to where the markings are showing up on your screen?
What? Oh, I have no idea. That's weird because on my screen it is connecting.
Oh,
yeah,
That's
do some
like-
drawing. Let's have a look.
That's a weird glitch of StreamYard because I'm actually recording at the same time, just like for a drawing video later, and it's
Oh,
fine.
nice.
okay.
I'm multitasking. I'm like streaming and recording. I'm getting shit done, guys.
Typical woman.
You're gonna show how to draw hair?
I did. I just finished. Too
Oh no,
late.
we missed it. Do it again.
Tutorials. Nope. It's all over. There you go.
Not finished.
Yes, it is.
Drawing hair is an interesting thing in comics. Like Ethan was drawing Heather Swain this morning or today, whenever it was for you guys. And I was like, wow, that is a lot of detail on a sketch, all that hair. And, you know, other people have different methods. I actually quite like it. I saw one guy he was doing it digitally so he could do this. We would just put in these really big, wide, black, I guess, sections. And then he would just very quickly put in a highlight here and there. It looked great.
Yeah.
It's funny how different people do it.
I tried being more simple with it. I was talking earlier about how I sort of came to the decision of like mark making that I do with hair. I just realized I really like drawing hair. So this is sort of a mix between manga hair. Like you see her head hair, the sort of the part that isn't loose on close to her skull. That's how a lot of mangaka draw hair. And it focuses on the shine, but I was saying for like the loose part, her ponytail, I'm focusing on the texture and the curl more, and it's fun. It's like cathartic for me.
His hair is very manga, as I call it.
Yeah. I like how manga draws hair, so I kind of just copied that.
Mangaka do not typically put as much detail that like Rini's putting in, though. To be fair,
no, this is what I call. Well, I don't call it. People
you
call
do.
it like
You
more
coined
American manga.
Oh, if we can say drawtism.
Oh, drawtism. I don't think Rini is too much of a drawtist. She can be, but
what does that even mean?
Oh, there you go.
Drawtism.
Dr. Seussing new words out of the blue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, you know, that's what we do. You and I both. A drawtist is someone who does unnecessarily detailed drawing. Like but just like you didn't need to do that, but you wanted to do it and you did it anyway.
Right, like being artistically detailed about your drawing.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I'm talking me on some backgrounds, Joe Ball on every page he's ever drawn. There's a lot of them actually that are out there. Drawtists.
Yeah, you know, I used to be like that. Not gonna lie, if you see some of my work from college, because I went through this period where I was like really into Mobius and who the fuck else, can't remember. Mostly Mobius, but Jeff Darrow, but so I would try to mimic that, but on a ridiculous level, like everything was hatch, but I've learned to reel that back since.
Yeah. Well, take a guy like Kenneth. See, I wouldn't call him a drawtist because his is actually, I think, more detailed than yours, but it's actually really what's the word I'm looking for? Like
control.
He's implying so much more detail than he's actually putting in. And it's like that's a real talent to be able to pull off. That
he's insane.
Can really. But yeah, like a guy like Joe Ball, on the other hand, he's like, all right, I'm drawing every single little marking on this really crazy, really in-depth establishing shot or something.
Hmm.
Which is that's a whole nother different kettle of fish, I feel.
Why did I get demoted behind the chat that's been on the screen for like 10 years?
Oh,
I saw it.
because
Was I doing
Michael
something
just
wrong?
joined. No, because you had been here a while and I wanted the chat to be able to see Michael, but I'm gonna read the chat now so you can be free.
Oh, sorry.
Hojo, no, I'm so sorry, Hyper Wizard.
I thought
I
thought you'd accidentally left it on the screen and it was a jokey way of reminding you.
No, it's because Hojo said his super chat didn't go through. So I'll just read this since back the Mythicals, Bancroft knows, awesome story with amazing art, the best deal around. All right, are we good to go
It was
back
a
to
good deal.
Mythicals? Cool.
Thank you for promoting me, by the way. I appreciate it.
Sure, type the,
Promote the wheel.
Aussies.
Aussies. I'm gonna get out of here and go to bed. But thanks for sending me the link, Greenie. Nice hanging with you guys.
All right, have a
Well,
good
you
night.
know,
Is there anything you want to promote?
Just my mailing list for Cerberus. If any mods have that link, throw it up there. And yeah, the Cave Slave floppy is part of that campaign. And I debuted that art today. It turned out really good. That's by Nick Hunter. So that's floating around.
Ba-bam. All right, awesome. Thank you so much for coming on our wall. And thank you for the bread. The bread was really good.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. And anyone else wants bread, hit me up. I'll think about baking you some. Yeah.
I haven't died yet. I've eaten a couple of pieces, so.
Yeah, it's good. It's so clean. Chat was talking about it earlier. It doesn't have seed oils. That's like why it's healthy, I think.
Oh, okay.
You can't
that's
get
good.
fat on it because there's no seed oils.
So I can eat more of it? Good.
Yeah, you can scarf it.
But
But yeah, we'll do like a storytelling stream too if you guys are down. Bancroft, you can get in on it too. Maybe.
Yeah, we gotta get on doing that. Thursdays, right?
Replace Phil with Bancroft.
Cool.
I'm
All
down.
right, see you guys later.
Bye-bye.
See you, man.
And then we're 3. Boop. Sorry, I stuffed my face with bread now, so. Oh, hey.
Sorry.
Oh, you're sharing screen. There we go.
Yeah, do the wheel. If you want to win, have the chance to win a piece of Rini artwork, like for real. If you sign up to this and you manage to like beat the odds, you could totally get a free piece of Rini artwork without Snarkticon without having to outbid Snarkticon in an auction. Because that bastard wins every
I was going to
auction.
say, like, surely for the price that your original art pieces are going for these days, Rini, I mean, yours is probably one of the ones you want to win most. Or Kelsey's, maybe Shelby's, maybe Patrick's. I don't know. Probably not mine. Probably definitely not Rob's. But no, it's all good. It's all good. There's 17 pieces you can win. All we're asking is that you sign up. It's greatwheelgiveaway.com/sign up. That's the best I could do. And yeah, what we're going to do is, so starting, I think we're going to start it. I think we decided, Rob and I, on the 18th. So that's like, it gives you a couple of weeks to sign up. On the 18th, we're going to start jumping around to different streams. Hopefully we can come back on Reenie's at some point. It'll be on mine. It'll be on Rob's. It'll be on Patrick's, Phil's, all these. We're going to jump around. And as long as you're signed up, you're in the chance to win. Now, this is a real wheel. Rob actually built a wheel, like MacGyver. And, it's made out of an old fan, and it's got duct tape and hot glue, and he's got an old pop filter from a microphone. It's crazy, but it actually spins. And yeah, so the deal is, if your name is called, we spin the wheel. Whatever person it lands on, that's the original art that you win.
Nice.
Is there a link? Asks Aaron.
Greatwheelgiveaway.com. You can totally type that.
Yeah, I didn't have a wrench, but I'll just put it in there and you can copy it.
Felsbug is from Taiwan. I love Drawstring Day for Taiwan. Hello! Ah, that's so cool. Someone from Taiwan is here. Hello.
Thank you, Uriah. Just signed up. Thank you. Yeah.
Cool.
Please do.
Great Wheel Giveaway.
It's all just about promoting everyone and giving away cool art. So yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no one's promoting it at all. I think Rob's confused everyone by being sick. Yeah. So no one
The
like
cattiness.
come on.
It's. I apologize. I'll wrench you.
No, don't. I don't want to be a mod. No, don't do it.
Oh, fine. Oh wait, now it'll annoy you. I'm definitely gonna wrench you.
Yes, reverse psycho.
Make him the Uber wrench.
You know what?
Have you got an Uber wrench?
I'm just gonna ignore Hyper Wizard.
Oh no.
Rini,
So different.
Rini, do you have an Uber wrench?
What's an Uber wrench?
Moderator.
You can make someone the ultimate wrench, the wrench to rule all wrenches.
Oh wow.
And they can time out wrenches.
That is so powerful. Ooh.
Yeah. So you gotta pick like your top guy or gal and bestow upon them the honor. On my stream, I call it the golden wrench.
The golden wrench, yes.
And that's it's Mo Big's honor. And I think you timed out Jim Cox, who's also a wrench.
I need to catch up with all these StreamYards upgrades. Like you can add a second name, and it's like, well, this is not a StreamYard update. It's a YouTube thing. But I'm out of the loop. I'm such a boomer, guys. Gosh.
Put your
what have you been up to? Have you been busy
pick
lately?
back up so people can see what you're drawing.
Only a little.
Oh yeah,
dizzy.
no one can see you.
Oh yeah, there you go. Ooh, I'm still drawing the skull. Noodling on it. I could just flip it, but I wanted to look more organic, so I'm actually drawing both sides. Marumi. Oh, you probably do deserve to be an Uber wrench. Yeah, Marumi's awesome. He's on it with all the links and stuff. You definitely deserve it.
You should get like, you know, remember how the Joker did it in Batman, where you just threw one stick into a gang. It was like the person standing gets to join the gang.
The Goblin King.
Rini's like, what the hell are you talking about?
She doesn't get
references. I'm looking at how to make somebody an Uber wrench. I think I have to go into like my YouTube settings to back.
You do.
I can't just do it from chat. So I'll do it later.
No, I think you can. I don't know.
Yeah, you right click. It's next to the same thing, right? It says add as.
Yeah, it's like
no, I don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't see it on.
It might be new. They do roll that out. Like they roll stuff out, you know, in waves on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not special. I didn't get selected.
Not special in that way, at least.
Do you have a shop? Is your shop Shopify, Rini?
My shop, well, no, I have a store envy, but right now my shop for Fiendish is Wix. It's just through the whole web. Yeah, it's through the whole. It's integrated. That's why I wanted to use Wix, because I had like, I still kept my store envy store, but I kind of had my Fiendish merch mixed in with my other stuff, you know, because I have like personal art and so I just decided to integrate like the blog from my Patreon content that I'm going to phase out Patreon. I have my world building stuff and the store, and it's all in one place. Fiendishcomic.com. Check it out.
Yeah, I asked because I was originally on Wix too, but then I moved over to Shopify. Because it integrates with Google. So you can actually get your stuff up on your streams while you're drawing.
You could have them underneath the thing right now.
Yeah.
That is nice. Yeah. Yeah, Wix has I guess that would be nice. I'm not like super focusing on merch, but I like the website so much. I don't want to.
Yeah, me too. Wix has Wix has so much more. It's prettier.
Yeah. The only thing is
Shopify is more functional.
Yeah, I want, but I'm trying to do something that could be based like a crowdfunder fallback. Like not the company crowdfunder, like a crowdfunding thing. Just like what Shane and Yanzi are doing, but I can't figure it out. It's really hard, guys. I know you did it through Shopify, right? Sort of, Bancroft?
I did what through Shopify?
You have like signups and you have
yep. You can do that as well. I haven't really pushed the signups through Shopify, but you can do that. And like I've got that at the bottom of my website and stuff. So yeah, you can do pretty much anything you want. It just depends on like how, like usually what they do is they sort of upsell you on apps and stuff. So you can do a lot of stuff by default out of the box. But if you want to do it well, you know, with a cool pop-up and stuff. You kind of got to pay for apps, which is a bit of a bummer, but that's what it is. Photrius Prilus says, read the wheel giveaway. What happens if on day 7 you call someone's name and spin it and the artist was someone who's already given away? So those artist things on the wheel, they peel off, and we have multiples. So just say, for instance, Rini gets picked the first day, her art is gone. The chat gets to decide who out of the remaining artists gets a second slot. So that'll probably be, I don't know, the most popular artist of that chat or whatever. And then when another one comes off, so then eventually there'll be like doubles of each artist as they sort of start getting selected. And then, eventually there'll be, 3 left or whatever. There's also, I didn't mention, there's also on the wheel, on the actual wheel, there's 2 slots, which are the you lose slot, which means you lose.
Bankrupt.
It's brutal. So if you get that, you were selected, too bad. We wanted it to be have a bit of drama to it. And there, but in the middle of those 2 slots that say you lose, there's also the golden gay time slot, which if you're not familiar with my channel, you might not know what that is. But golden gay time is my favorite ice cream. It's nothing more than that. Don't get silly.
It's a trip to Thailand with Bancroft.
No. But
it's him reminiscing about his time in Taipei.
If you land on the golden gay time, you get to pick whatever artist you want. So yeah,
cool. That's awesome.
It will be fun. I think we're on about like 400 or 500 people have signed up so far. So I think once people see what's actually happening when we started, I think it might go off a bit more too. Like we're all just trying to get more people to sign up. Like the whole point of it is all these artists that are involved, have potentially more people on their mailing lists. So yeah, if you want to help out in that front, I think it's a good cause. You go in the running to win some really cool art. Win-win.
Be kind of funny if it ends up being like already people that are on all of your mailing lists.
Well, we thought that would happen. Well, we thought that would happen last time because the first time we did it was just 4 of us. It was myself, Rob, Aerith, and Joe Fulton. And I had the biggest channel. So most of the promotion was done on my channel. And so I think we ended up with about 500 signups at the end, which was amazing. But I thought, oh, well, that's probably going to be just people who are already signed up for me. And I was fine with that. Didn't bother me. But actually it turned out that there were a good 300 that were not previously signed up to my mailing list. So I don't know if they're going to, go on to back the book, but as a creator, like, one of the reasons why you do all this marketing on social media is to get people to sign up to a mailing list, because mailing lists really convert people into backers, really well. So
yeah, building your mailing list is really that, and it's almost just as important as having your independent website in case the crowdfunding websites we're using isn't an option anymore, because that's your own audience. And I think that's how like Paul Polito does it, because it's not just through Kickstarter. He's built a mailing list through a long time, and he directly has an interaction with his fans that way. So
you could probably avoid being shadow banned for at least 2 days by having your own off IGG mailing list.
Yeah, I save all the mailing lists from I import it into Wix, and I keep it updated between like every campaign. My plan is every time I have a sign up, I'm going to import it into Wix, and because the only thing I'm doing is Fiendish anyways, so it's just going. And Wix also has email campaigns integrated, so I love it because it just doesn't really have a way to build a crowdfunding thing, but everything else it has. It's so versatile. But you can do email campaigns, which was like I couldn't find a place to do email campaigns, because you could get MailChimp, but it's like, if I'm doing the website and the store and the MailChimp, I'm paying like 4 times a month. But with Wix, I just pay them once a month. So anyways, I guess I'm a walking advertisement for Wix. Mailing lists are important. Vic,
well, how much are Wix paying you a month, Rainey? Now that we're over the sponsored Wix content of the stream.
I actually don't know. I was thinking about how much I pay them, but I don't pimp my store nearly enough, my Fiendish merch, but I guess I should now. So fiendishcomic.com, everybody, go buy my merch, please. Thank you.
Buy the Fiendish Bean Dish.
The Fiendish Bean Dish, yes.
With that, I
because-
think I too have to head in. I apologize. It's nearly 10 o'clock here, so that's way getting too close to my bedtime. So I'm gonna have to say goodnight.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Michael.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Hyper, I'm sure I'll see you in a couple of days on your
wake up
stream.
Wake up good and ready to hang out on my stream tomorrow, Michael.
I will.
Nice.
Everybody,
anything you want to
subscribe
promote
to my channel, Michael Bancroft, and also my comic is available, thelucentcomic.com.
Oh yeah,
and it's shipping out straight away. So all right, everybody, bye.
All right, bye. See you later.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Well, this is awkward.
Vic's comment has been on for forever. I've been trying to answer it. And about school art competitions, and I never did since my teacher. Well, I don't. My school didn't give a fuck about art. I spent 11 years in grade school being told I was going to be a failure because it was Asian school and they thought art is stupid. But I actually won a national art competition. Actually, I wanted like a couple. I won different ones a couple of times. It was always the only fucking thing I was good at because I sucked at everything else. The only thing I was good at was art. But this is interesting because I wasn't always sure I was going to do comics because it was sort of like this weird thing where I didn't know American comics were still a thing because we didn't get it in Taiwan when I was growing up. And I thought the only people who were making a living doing comics on the planet were Japanese. And I was like, but I'm not Japanese. Oh no, what do I do? So I was like, do I go into animation? What do I do? But in this national art competition, they had a comics category. So I thought I was just going to be an illustrator, but I submitted to illustration and comics and I won in the comics category. And it was really cool because I don't even remember what I drew, but I think I was 12 was the one I won the national one. And that was the first time I went to mainland China because they flew all the kids who won in the different categories out to mainland China. And then we went on this like trip to, I think it was Sichuan. So it wasn't the Yangtze River, but it was some other like big gorge. Anyways, we saw a bunch of cool sights and that was awesome. And then I won another thing a few years later, but I won a few. Yeah.
Do you think with your personality it benefited you to be told like you'll never make it, you're not going to be an artist, because it like gave you something to push back against? And like if you'd been more supported, maybe you wouldn't have been so determined to make it happen, or what?
No, I mean, this is what I love doing. I would have done it regardless of what people thought. I'm not doing this out of like spite for people.
No, I know, but that determination, like I'm sure when you were younger and people told you you would never make it, your natural determination probably kicked in and went like, yes, I will.
I mean, yeah, but that didn't make me want to work harder on art. You know, it was like I bring it up sometimes just because it's funny and just it's more because it bothers me just because like these people should have been supporting me, but they were such absolute assholes about it. Like I was getting yelled at like in front of like school staff and other students, and like it was I had so many fights with my mom about it. It was bad. Like they thought I was slacking and I was going to be a failure, end up on the streets because I wanted to do art. But no, you know, it's really, I'm over it. I laugh about it now. I don't think it really like pushed me to work on art harder. I just really love doing this, so that's why I do it.
When you did you worked in animation for a bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
What did you do? What did you do? Like what was your actual role in those kind of like projects?
So I know some After Effects and Flashes. I never actually did the animating part. I did almost everything else. I did storyboarding, background design, background art, and characters. So like I would design and draw the puppets. because it was like Flash and After Effects animation. And background art, that was my first job in animation because I can actually draw backgrounds and I know perspective, and a lot of people hate doing that. So I did that. That was kind of my main thing. I would always bounce around different teams doing backgrounds, and I did storyboards for a brief.
So you did a bunch of the backgrounds and storyboards on Archer?
I did backgrounds on Archer. The storyboards I did storyboards on Hitmonkey.
Okay. Just I love Archer, and I know you worked on it, so I was like, I wonder what she did. I wonder what I've seen that she made on that show.
No, I did backgrounds on Archer. Draw this pot now. I did do an animation test for Archer, and they rejected me. It's not surprising because animation is not my actually animating is not my main focus. I find it kind of fucking annoying. It's so tedious.
What about it do you find annoying? Like, I did one nice drawing, now I have to do it again, or?
No, I actually like hand animating, but it's more like the puppet animation. It's just frustrating. It's just have to go. It's really detailed. You have to go, and it's like very technical. And I mean, on some level, it's rewarding when you get it right, but it's also, I don't know. It's not my main area of focus. Like, a person's brain can only focus on so many things, and most of my brain is taken up by comics, and and I don't know. I like being good at a lot of different types of art, but I think I just wasn't that well versed on the animating part of After Effects. I think with After Effects, I do really well with editing. So, for example, I make my own trailers for Fiendish, and I can do video editing, I can do effects, and so for more basic animation, I actually did do animation in After Effects professionally for when I worked for a gaming company. So for like mobile games, those little like icons, like you draw a character and you make them bounce like that. I could do that, but that's not sort of the kind of animation that would go into like a TV show. So yeah, it's just I haven't done really anything that complex, and I don't like doing it, man. It's like it's one of those things where comics are about my limit of, let me just spend forever on this one scene. I'm like, I want to move on. This is why I don't color my own stuff, because I already do everything from writing to inks. I don't want to see this. It's done. Somebody else color this.
Do you have anything that you want coloring, by the way, that I can color on a stream? Because I want to do some more coloring streams, and like if you have a piece that you'd be willing to have colored on a stream, I could totally do that if you wanted.
Ooh.
It's up to you. But I've always wanted to see if I could do a good job coloring one of your pieces, because I do a lot of color in the lines as well, and I don't think I've seen a piece of yours that has colored line art yet. So I don't know. The offer's there.
I will write that down. I don't know if I have anything right now, but I will think of. I mean, I could just send you a page and have you play around with it. I could send you one that everyone's already seen.
Yeah. No, it's just whatever. I just thought I'd throw it out there just in case.
Oh. Maybe a good page. I have this one page that is Ragna, who's my big booby magic girl, throwing some like a fire rune and stuff. I feel like, would you enjoy that?
Yeah, no, I'll go for it. I don't mind. Like it's cool with doing it on the stream. It kind of like forces you to do stuff. I haven't colored a page yet, like an actual whole page. It's mostly been like stuff you would put on a cover or a trading card.
Oh yeah. Sequential art coloring is different as well as I can color the cover for Fiendish, the piece that see back here. I mean, I can't like that piece. That's my colors, but with sequential art, you have to be so fast. And if you've seen those like Pixar boards of the color map out the whole movie, you have to think the same way when you're coloring a comic. Like every scene needs to have its own color code. The whole comic needs to like read. You got to like sort of zoom out, be able to see the color journey for the comic. Like sequential coloring is not just let me fill in, the colors and like a coloring book. It's a whole storytelling skill. So that's why it's hard to find somebody who's good at it, because it's not just
the emotional flow of the story. Yeah.
Down goes Solo for 10. Thank you so much, Travis. Giving up on sleeping altogether for tonight, I guess. I don't know. I stayed up super fucking late for Flashcast, and now my sleep schedule is just fucked. So I just I guess I just don't give a fuck now.
I need to rewatch that Flashcast. Apparently, it was good.
It was disgusting and great. So I popped in after a couple of hours, I think, but it went for like fucking 7 hours. It was insane.
Disgusting in what direction? Do you even want to say? Do you even want to say?
I am gonna say I'm trying to think of phraseology to use. So I didn't see the beginning part, but I know the question that's been floating around Flashcast for the past several weeks is this whole like, oh my god! Of course, it was Cecil. Cecil came up with it. It was he's been asking everybody, would the panel bang?
Oh no, yeah, I know what you mean.
Like either like a very passing trans woman like Blair White, who's a biological male, or the smallest woman in the world who has like growth problems, and she's literally this tall. She's as tall as like a 1-year-old baby. And so he's, so that because Cecil's a degenerate. And then they were talking about people who commit lewd acts with their dogs. And we were alternating between those two subjects and serious cultural discussions about like wokeism and shit. And then it's like, so would you put peanut butter on your cooch and let your dog
chunky or smooth?
The clip's been floating around, so it was degenerate and it was disgusting and it was great. I very much enjoyed it.
This sounds awesome. Yeah.
But Archer is barely even animated. I don't know. So I thought my animation test is good, but you know what? I wasn't bothered by it because I'm not like an animator. But part of me was also like, I feel like I just wasn't friends with the right people, right? Because I've definitely gotten jobs without being like excellent at it, but like when I was starting out storyboards, I wasn't excellent, but they're like, oh, we know we can train you. And I know I'm trainable if they for animation, but whatever. Yeah, it was weird.
Well, like I think with animation, it's not even if you can do the animation, it's kind of like the personality of the motion. And I suppose Archer has a very specific personality to how the characters move around and stuff. It's kind of like South Park. Like even though it looks simple as fuck, there is still a very specific personality to how the characters move and pose.
Yeah. It must be something subtle that I didn't get. Danko Solo for 10. Would you consider teaching an online art class as a perk for future campaigns? I'm sorry, but no, I really don't enjoy teaching. But thank you for the super chat. This is one of the things where I stopped doing tutorial videos. Was my early channel content stuff. I mean, I think it's boring as fuck, but my most viewed video is me just like drawing a background in Mongo Studio, and I was so awkward back then because I didn't know how to talk to people. But I think like it's me talking over a sped up recording of drawing a background, but I actually had to script the whole thing out because I was like, what do I say? And I was so annoyed having to do that because I was like, oh, I want to try and promote myself. And obviously YouTube's a great place to promote yourself. But like it takes so much time to record something and then do a tutorial. And even if I'm doing it live on stream, I have to prepare material. And that is time away from drawing comics. So like right now I'm streaming, I'm recording this so I can do a sped up version of the whole page later. And I'm also getting work done on my comics. Like, so I have to be economic about my time right now because I just don't have that much time. Also, I'm a shit teacher.
Yeah, that is a whole skill in of itself, like figuring out how to unpack, like package an idea to communicate it to someone who would probably just every point you would make, they would have 5 questions about it anyway. Like you're having to think ahead of what people would think for each point you make. Like there's some good tutorial people, like if you want to learn drawing stuff online, like there's a guy called Mark Burnett, I think that's his name. He has some good tutorials on like learning itself, even like how to efficiently learn how to draw. But like, man, I feel like I need to up my game. I always look at your artwork and I'm like, how how does she balance the details so well? And like, it's just experience, right? Like, you could have all the tutorialization in the world, you can't just be told how to do it good. It is just trial and error. Like, you are a deep learning algorithm in your brain that has to just try and fail and try again.
I think that's a good way to put it. It's because teaching is a whole skill unto itself. That's true. And some people are natural teachers, and I know I'm not. And I can teach things that other people have taught me. Like, I can teach you functionality for Photoshop because that's just technical. Like, anything technical I can teach you. That's why I was thinking, if I do a tutorial, I might do a map making tutorial because that's very technical. But for something like this, it's almost not technical. Like, there's just too many things going on, and I've developed my own style. So I have very little to say beyond you just really need to practice and like trial and error and just keep drawing. And I'm afraid of sounding stuck up if I tell people that.
Just get good, scrub. Like,
I would, I would be nice about it, but it's sort of one of those things, especially with inking. Even with penciling, you can teach structure, right, anatomy and perspective, but with inking, I don't know what to say.
it's a feeling.
Because I didn't really have a teacher for inking, I guess. But with inking in general, though, it is just a skill you have to you have to learn. Like, watch what other people do, try to replicate it, and figure out what works for you. And over time, you'll develop your style. K2000 for Australian 10. Thank you, Rini. I just got your artwork in the mail, and it's really great work. Yay! I'm so glad I got it. You all right? I'm really happy with it. But didn't you sign your artwork? I should have signed it. Which piece was yours?
Is that like
Did
an
I not
auction
sign
piece?
it? Huh? It's an auction piece. I should have signed them. Oh my gosh! If I didn't, I'd feel so bad. There should be a signature. I signed with my Chinese name, so it might be a weird scribble in the corner that looks like a moon rune.
Looks like the rest of the artwork.
It's all just scribbles. So if I didn't sign it, I'd feel so bad. Maybe, what do I do? Oh no. Maybe I'll send you like a makeup signature trading card or something.
A water transfer
horrible.
signature to transfer it onto the piece yourself.
Well, if we meet in person, of course I would sign it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I signed it. What pieces did you get? I don't remember. Jeff. No, that's from Flashcast. That was so disgusting. Oh my god, I can't believe the shit that they were coming up with. Holy crap.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. Demon one is hard to find if it's that one. What do you mean the demon one? The demon one? Okay. Thank you for the link. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Get Anna drunk and get her to talk about art college. Oh my god, that sounds like it would be so much fun, actually. I mean, because I would just have a lot to bitch about with art college as well. I mean, we got sort of into a discussion on one stream talking about art school, and I don't know exactly what she studied. I don't think she did comics, but we have differing experiences. But just, it's always fun for me to talk to people about, people who went to art school, about their experiences there. For me, art school was mostly about the connections, and it was almost like it was so obvious that I'd say 50% of the classes were just there because the school wanted to make money. It was like blatantly obvious. It's like I got credit on some classes because, obviously I could draw, and they gave me portfolio credit, so I didn't have to take some basic classes, but I still had to take a lot of basic classes, including shit like color theory and drawing too, and a lot of these baby ass classes. And they had like art school math class, which is, it's like, I think they're required by code to have math and like history courses. And so they would, if you go to art school, you'll get like the most half-ass math class. Like, I was like 19 or 20 and we were learning fractions, and it's a singular math class I had in college. And like, I have a lot of things to say about the things they didn't teach us, because I'm like, they should have taught us more about taxes and copyright, and we didn't have a class on that. I think Anna said I think I remember she said she actually got that, but I didn't get that in my school, and that pisses me off to this day because I had to learn all that shit on my own. And I'm like, how you're creating comics and you didn't teach us about copyright law? And I guess they were all expecting us, especially back then, to just go work for DC and Marvel because that was like the golden goose back then. But like you should still know copyright law because like that's still, it's not like, I don't know, I guess they have this sort of like cloud in the head mentality of, well, you just work for DC and Marvel, they'll take care of you. No, the fuck they won't. They should have taught us those things, and especially taxes and invoicing. Anyways, I'm going on.
You'll just be a cog. That's it. You're destined to be a cog in the.
It was this weird thing where they were. I think a lot of people. It was back when I was in college. They were. I don't know. Maybe even now they were. They didn't really see it as being a cog, even though that's clearly what it was. And I thought that's what it was because I didn't really want to work for Marvel. I only worked for Marvel because I was like, well, I want to be doing comics and making money. And I wanted to work for Marvel as a way to gain a following to boost my independent work whenever I went independent. My goal was always to go independent. Like I didn't give a fuck about working for Marvel or DC.
Wasn't it depressing all that time ago? Say like back when you were probably thinking about what career can you even make, that the career was literally just 2 companies and you do portfolio reviews for 2 companies, and there wasn't, by the time that we kind of like were I don't know, what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that, there wasn't really a strong indies except for what, like Walking Dead or something like that. Like there was no actual path.
Yeah, it was depressing. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I went through a whole period where that's why after I graduated, it was also the issue of there was no money in comics. So when I was still in college, I got my first job with Marvel, which was just like an 11-page short. But then I decided to go work in animation instead because I just needed to pay fucking rent. And then I kept on working in animation, and I eventually, and I jumped around to gaming, and eventually I quit and was like, I'm going to try and get work with Marvel because I was just fucking miserable. I realized that I really love comics. I was completely miserable. I was making banging money. It was gaming. I was rich as fuck. But I hated it. I was like depressed. I was gaining weight. I was fucking miserable. I went to see a therapist. The therapist didn't give a fuck. She was a bitch. I was like, I need to fix my life. What do? I want to draw comics. So I was like, I'm going to draw comics. Okay, what do I do with drawing comics? I'm going to go work for Marvel. And I was a little happier for a while until I realized that I was also not happy there and they were full of shit. So I left and did my own thing.
How was your psychiatrist a bitch? We should just like deal with it. But like what? Like
no, I mean I've always apparently therapy really works for some people. I've always felt like maybe I just haven't found the right person or whatever. But I've always, like, my school counselor was a bitch, and the one time I went to therapy as an adult, she was a bitch. I guess like maybe saying she's a bitch is like a little overblowing it, but the whole time I was there, she was just like half-assly listening and looking at the clock. And I was like, oh, so you don't really care. Like, are you in this job to help people or not? You clearly just want me to pay you like $90 to not listen to my problems and not give me any advice. And I remember at the end of this like hour session, I was just like, so what do I do? She's like, oh, it sounds like you have things you need to work on. We'll schedule you for next month. And it was like the worst experience ever. So every experience I've had with therapists is horrible. Maybe it's just my bad luck. But it has really been bad.
I did a similar thing to you. Like, I did do like indie self-published comic stuff when I was younger, and then like, you know, you're kind of like rubbing shoulders with people who are like more in the industry, and you're asking them like, okay, what's the path? And then it is like, okay, portfolio reviews, making the right friends, getting some work, doing some stuff for these 2 big companies. So like, ended up doing stuff for games instead, and like, it's so much better. You know what I mean? Like you can go away, make a bit of money, and then come back and do a comic. But yeah, so it's been delivery central today. I got this gym bag that I made, which is like it's one of the characters from my game. That's like a Pacoon, but like it's like the whole gym bag is the Pacoon with like the tail on the back.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Well, I got there he is.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's like it's like a pack rat / raccoon called Pacoon, and it's like a little bundle red pandery thing. But I've got some pins of that character actually. Do you want to see?
Sure.
You want to see a little? I love making stuff. Like I love. No one has really done many pins, but like here we go. Here's like a sleeping beta form Pacoon. It's hard to see because of the blur, but like it's like there's glitter. The white bits are like glowing in the dark. It's hard to see. I'll take it off the backing thing. I was gonna give these away for free at a game show, but then COVID happened and the show got canceled, so we never went. But like,
I know that feeling.
a little sleeping hollow buddy from Hollow Fist.
Adorable.
But yeah, so I got like 100 of them.
Cool. Yeah, I gotta get back to making pins. No, people make pins. Enamel pins are all the rage. They've been for a few years.
Yeah, I love collecting them, but like people in CG so don't seem to be doing them on their campaigns. But like I love them. I love collecting them.
I did one for my art book, my regrowth art book. I'm thinking of doing more, but I'm not sure.
Does it come with it? Does the new regrowth remake come with a pin or what?
No, even with for the regrowth campaign, the pin was an add-on item. Yeah. And
Okay,
I'm out. I need to talk to the factory and print more. People really love them. It's like a skull with plants growing out of it.
I've got a hoodie that I did as well. I did like a zip tone.
Oh my gosh! Just look, shill and everything. Go like tell everybody.
No, these aren't products.
Where do you buy? Oh,
no,
not?
I made this for myself for fun. Like,
oh, I thought you got products. I want you to shill your stuff.
I haven't got it. Wait, type in if everyone wants to look at my game on Steam, type fist.zone. That's a real website. It's not going to give you viruses, but yeah, go to fist.zone. Enter the fist zone, guys.
Well, it sure is memorable, at least.
Exactly. It's not like blah 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 blah.com. Like, just go to the fist zone. Get fisted. Yeah, the game's called Hollow Fist. It is all about. It's the world's first fisting RPG.
Holy shit!
It's not. Fisting in the games universe means battling in a Pokemon sense. They all have these robot arm things called Hollow Fists, and basically they're called Hollow Fisters, and they fist each other in battles called fist offs. But yeah, that's the central joke of an entire project, an entire video game based on one terrible bit of wordplay.
Everybody go check out Fist Offing right now.
Get fisted today.
Get fisted today. Therapy is too expensive. Talk to a priest or bartender. I mean, yeah, I'm almost. I think mental health is definitely an issue. It should be taken more seriously in America. But I also personally, for me, yeah, like I think finding good friends who care, talking to a religious leader or fucking bartender, like those people care. I've had such horrible experiences with every single therapist in every single time my whole life. Frank Choi says, just practice your craft and do art. Don't waste money on art school. Yeah, so the thing with art school, for me at least, is the things I did learn was some visual storytelling, because with comics, it's not just you write well, you can write well, you can draw well, but you still can't make a comic because it's this whole like visual storytelling thing. And part of it is trial and error. Like you just have to kind of do a lot of comics and learn paneling, but you can teach visual storytelling. There are books on that. Scott McCloud has some books. There's some other ones as well. And so that I just remember like half of my classes were like unchallenging or just boring, or I was just like, I know I'm here just to get a degree so my mom won't kill me because I have a Chinese mom. But visual storytelling like blew my mind. That and the one graduate level writing class that I didn't even pay for, that I just sat in on, got no credit for, but it was so hard. But we actually we're learning to write. And that, I mean, I did so terribly because I didn't know what I was doing back then, but it was helpful because they were actually pushing us. And so those are the couple things that I learned. I really did learn. I mean, but as far as like even technical skills, I guess I learned some programs. I learned Maya. I learned some After Effects, but those are things that you can honestly just learn on your own. Like, it's all very intuitive, because I've been using Photoshop since I was like 13. And once you know Photoshop, you kind of can figure out a lot of other programs. I guess something like Maya is complicated, like, but
Can you do 3D? You know how to use Maya? Can you do 3D stuff?
I've done Maya and ZBrush, yeah. I'm probably
hell
really
yeah.
clunky now, but I minored in animation, so I did a lot of 3D in college. And so I'm clunky as hell right now with it, but I have an understanding of
You
it.
can pick it up easily if you go back
Yeah,
to it.
yeah. I'm thinking of picking up Blender again. So
Yeah.
but
Like
yeah. Like the technical skills, I think now are, you can definitely just pick it up by going to YouTube. So I don't know. I'm not against art school, but I think the system we have now is absurd. I would like to bring back apprenticeships and not have every company just require a college degree for like everything. But that's like a society-wide thing. I think unless you're like a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or an architect, like, yes, those need college degrees, but why don't we bring back trade schools and apprenticeships? That would be really great, especially for the arts. Like, hands-on learning would be, there's so many, I know people who did really well in art school and then they graduated and they didn't know what to do. They couldn't get work. And because it's more than just doing well in school. You have to have hands-on real life experience.
Well, like, you could probably do an apprenticeship style thing for art, but they don't. Like, take all your students to a show and networking, like teaching them networking and stuff. Like, oh, you could go on a college trip to some kind of event after party even. You know what I mean? Like, there are things that people would do for other industries that you could totally do for art in the business sense that doesn't really get done.
They did do that for my school. So they,
really?
Because for Heroes Con, like I said, that was a big Southern convention where everybody in the South of the United States goes there. And so our professors would, it happened during the summer, over the summer vacation. So we would all drive up to Charlotte from Atlanta, like with the professors, and the professors would help, like, tell us, everybody try to get a table at Heroes, share it, split the money with somebody else if you have to. And then a lot of the students would be splitting a table with their friends, and or just going to Heroes just to hang out and watch what the other artists are doing. So that was, I mean, you can also do that on your own though, but they did encourage us to do that. And I guess there are a lot of things about setting up at a convention that maybe some people need to be taught. They don't really know, like, oh, how do you get a banner? How do you make products made? But you can learn all this on your own, really. I think the things that you should be taught, almost everything that you need to learn as an artist would be more beneficial to learn as an apprentice. Because if I have somebody who's apprenticing with me, or like an assistant, like, they would be watching me deal with the business side, deal with taxes, deal with talking about copyright and going to conventions and getting merch made and managing the website and managing contracts and also doing the artwork at the same time and improving your art. That's all around, like, that art is made for apprenticeships. It's not something where you could just read a book and understand it.
Do you think that's kind of what happens for people working in the manga industry when they get work as an assistant for a while?
Yes, I think that's done the right way. That's how comics should be made, at least with the whole assistant and master mangaka relationship. I would love to see that in America. I don't know how to make it happen. I mean, and like, I would love to have an assistant, but it's sort of one of those things where everybody here their mindset isn't in that system. So everybody wants to do their own thing, and nobody really wants to be just an assistant, quote unquote. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It's a cultural difference. It's the individualism versus the collective. Like, I think it kind of would be hard. You would have to put a lot of effort into trying to establish that kind of it would be a whole cultural change. You know what I mean? Like, and if one person was to think, hey, this is a good idea, let's try it, maybe they could make it work for them. But like, to engineer a whole industry from the ground up, it's like almost impossible. But it does seem like a really beneficial way of doing it for them. It's part of the reason why they're so well poised to like take over the whole market nowadays.
I think the mangaka and apprentice or assistant system is brilliant, and I want us to adopt it. Because I've been thinking about one thing with it's not entirely unreasonable to expect a professional artist to 20 pages a month. Like, it's a good artist can adjust their style and adjust how fast they draw to meet that deadline. But it always really annoyed me when I worked at Marvel that we seem to have so little time. Like, and I would always have to simplify my style. Look at the work I was doing at Marvel. It was like super simplified. It was terrible. It was nothing compared to what I'm doing right now. And I know it. And it's just one of those things where you're just in this, you're a hamster on a wheel. You're trying to get the work done. You're just trying to pump it out. And you don't have time to improve your craft and really get in the details and stuff like European artists do. And I think part of the issue is this American model is made for, when it was built, it was like you had a penciler and an inker and a colorist. But nowadays, a lot of people, they keep on hiring people that can do everything. So it's, oh, you can pencil and you can ink. And sometimes in the past, you would have a layout artist and then a penciler and then an inker. And so you don't have to do all the whole process. But now they expect you to do as much of the process as possible so they can pay you less. And that's why the schedule is so stressful. And like, you know, I mean, if you...
That's just the nature of that big business, though. They just want to bleed people and they don't care about churn. So it's like the big industry isn't really going to make innovations that work there. It would, like everything, it would have to come from the indies now, and it would have to be, okay, like someone like you would have to trust someone to be an assistant. You know what I mean? Like, you would have to find someone who would do a good enough job of your style where you would be happy to let them. Because, you know what, maybe you'd be happier doing it on a like side stories where you're not so worried about the main one, but you would probably have to put someone through a fair amount of training before you were happy allowing them to work on the main stories of this book, because, you know, you are in on that individualist culture of like, this is your vision, this is what I want to do. It's not like an industry style. Like, you have made a unique look to it that isn't that easily replicable.
I don't think the whole apprenticeship thing is entirely and like the difference between individualist and a collectivist culture, even though that might be part of it. Because I think
looking generally like vague.
It's not. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think there's just more to it, because I think if really young people coming up, and instead of going to art school, if they were willing to be an apprentice or assistant for a career artist, like that's totally viable, because they're still learning. But it's sort of, so in Japan they have career assistants, where I think Americans would be like, well, I'm an assistant, I treat it like an internship, and once I've interned for a couple of years, I'm going to move on. But no, like the Berserk assistants they're the assistants. Like, they don't want to do their own series. No, I'm not going to speak for them, but I know some mangaka. I know people who have worked as assistants, and they just want to be assistants, and that's their whole thing. They enjoy just being part of a team. They don't want the pressure of like having their own series. And I think in America, people would be more like, no, I want to put my own ideas out there. That's cool.
I want to be the guy.
It would be hard to find somebody who's just cool with like being a team player when our industry historically hasn't been built that way.
Yeah.
But maybe because, I mean, but maybe that can change, because it's not like it's not a team production, because you have a colorist, penciler, inker. What if we just change it to say, well, the assistants get the credits? Because in manga they don't even get credit, and I think they should. So I would credit my assistants, and you just get credited for, you know, art assist, and you also, you know, that's your career. But you have to find people who are willing to think like that, are willing to play that role.
What kind of assistants would you be okay with? Like, would you let someone else do layouts for you? Would you let someone else do background?
No.
That's what I mean.
Not the layouts. No, even for the stuff. So I've recently written something else for someone else to draw. I did the layouts. Like,
yeah. It's like the most important thing.
But I don't even write scripts. But the way I do comics is kind of, the process is based on the manga model, and in manga they don't write scripts. The script is the thumbnails, is the roughs. So I do the roughs, I do the lettering, and then, you know, somebody does the final art. But if I have an assistant, it would be background stuff, like drawing all these like 1,000,001 fucking trees back here. You see all this? Probably mostly backgrounds, but shit like trees, because this whole comic is gonna be nothing but forests and trees for $9. Jesus Lord. And stuff like that. But I would do the characters, I feel like, and that's fine. I don't really, that has to be me. But background stuff. If I'm like there's a giant army or there's like a horde of wolves or something, they can do that. I mean, that's great practice, but you know, the main characters will always be me. That's exactly how manga handles it. It will be the same thing. Oh, Skull Eater is going to sleep. Oyasumi Yasai. Oyasumi. Now go sell it for 10. Thank you. Gotta go to work. Doing another one of these tonight. No, because tonight would be Kings, so I'll be on Kings. But thank you, Danko Solo. Yeah. Oh my God, it's like 6.
Yeah. Do you want to keep going or like?
I'll wrap it up soon. Somehow I'm not tired. I need to go to sleep because I have to be up for work. Victor 199, thank you. Narwhal couldn't win the school art contest today. Just kidding. What?
Couldn't win the art contest today? What do you mean?
Are you saying he's still in school? Still sounds like too much work. Oh, I'm way behind in chat. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me try to catch up. Nuka Narwhal, he's made thousands. Oh yeah, not going to art. I don't think he went to art school, did he?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I feel like he has some formal training because he has done animation, right? None of them get credit. How do they build their name? It's a small industry and they're referrals and everybody knows each other. Yeah.
You also have editors, and it's kind of like more. It's more managed by companies. So I bet a company would have like a Rolodex of assistants they know. Like an editor would also have like a group of assistants they know that they can move from projects to projects when they need them, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have a weird system where it's not like it's entirely indie. It's like the editors have a huge role to play, just like here, but it's just the editors are used to, they don't work on, their whole mindset is this isn't the company's product. I'm working on the artist's idea. I'm catering to the creator's idea. So, I mean, I love that. I wish that we had that here. That just sounds so great. But that's how we're going to build it.
But to trust an editor though, that's the thing. Like, I mean, imagine you're going to go to Marvel and DC now and actually trust an editor to help develop your project with them. Do you know what I mean?
Well, now I wouldn't, but like, for example, now I've found my own editor. I'm paying somebody to help me, go over my book. But I also, beyond my editor, I have like 3 unofficial editors that I don't pay. They're not really my editors, they're just my friends that I bother and have them go over my story because I know they tend to have good feedback. And there are a couple friends who they're creative and I know they have a good sense of story. And just to have eyes to look at something that aren't mine, and that's really helpful. And I'm very fortunate that I have these friends I can bother. But yeah, so like I run everything past several people. And then additionally have like an editor. But I almost think in the situation we're in now, culturally, it's better to find your own editor. But you should get an editor. Even if you're in the indies, like get an editor. It's helpful. It's not shameful. It doesn't mean you're any worse as a writer. It's a necessary part of the production to have.
It'll actively make you better as a writer. Like, I've written a script and had Narwhal read it, and he gave me some great feedback that I've incorporated, and it's just stuff I wouldn't have thought of without getting him to read it. You know what I mean? Like,
it's just helpful to have another pair of eyes on it because you can't catch you can, even if you have a brilliant idea, you can't catch everything. Every single writer, J.K. Rowling, George R. Martin, even Tolkien had editors. So it's kind of like, it's just your best, you get somebody who understands story and writing to check everything before you put it out to the masses. Think of it that way, which is exactly what it is.
If you had friends that have been good enough friends to read your entire story master document that you brought up once that goes on for like forever.
No, not that. But so I have that document that's like 50 pages. And then I have another document that's a synopsis that's like 10 pages at 8-point font. Then I have another document so I summarized the summary into another document that's only 4 pages long. So I have 3 separate documents where I broke down the story in progressive chunks into the further simplicity. And then I have another document of like characters and stuff. So, it's the shorter summaries that I send to people.
I don't know how you manage to do all that work. And like how you having a job and drawing 1 million pages all the time. I don't know how you manage it. It's crazy.
I've been working on this for a long time.
Hey, page. When you were talking about how much page counts people can do a month, how many pages do you think you've been completing per month on Fiendish 2?
Right now, I don't know.
Just general ballpark, not like specific. How much have you done? Like,
I think. Oh God, because I have the day job, I'm gonna keep on taking commissions. I think I've been at like a page a week on average.
it's still not bad. It's still not
No,
bad.
it's bad because I know if I focus, I do a page about 2 or 3 days. But
Yeah.
that's if I don't have the day job, I don't take anything else. Like, but I don't have the luxury to do that yet.
That's like one of my animations per page of your book. If it's like 3 days of solid work, that's interesting.
For the more complicated, like the simple pages, would just be a day or two. I've done recently. I did a day in a page in a day and a half. So it depends
That's
on
good.
the page. Yeah. 3 days of work is your average for animations.
If I was doing it super efficiently and not, but like obviously each time you try and make it a little bit better. I storyboarded I've been animating the current one on stream, and like there's no way you're getting it done in 3 days if you're animating on stream, you know what I mean? Talking to people. So.
Yeah. Disclaimer, like whenever I'm drawing on stream, it's a little slower. I don't know. It is slower than I would in real life. I don't know, just because I'm distracted a little bit, so you'll notice I kind of go over lines over and over again. But it's still good because sometimes I don't know. It also puts me under a little pressure to like not slack and do other things. So it's good, and I think it evens out. I get the same amount of work done.
Yeah, like being on a stream and working on it, you do feel like I've got to get something done in this time. Like maybe if you weren't doing stuff, you would like do a little bit and then sit back and think, does that really look that good? But you can't take that time if you're streaming.
So when I'm kind of more lax today. Like I kind of went back and noodled a bit on East Coast Face, but often when I'm on stream, I guess because now there's less people watching, I don't feel as pressured. But sometimes when I'm drawing on stream, I just go really fast. And what you don't see is after the stream, I go back and fix the lines. Because if you zoom in, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. It's like the eyes are a little wonky and I have to make sure it's all right. And I mean, I don't have to do that, but I'm like, oh, this would be best.
I do the same with the animation. I do the same with the animation. I go over it and just like tweak all the timing of everything a little bit.
Yeah, you have to, but it's also motivating to be on stream and working because it's like, oh, I have to perform, so I have to be getting work done. Some days when I just can't really, I'm feeling sluggish, I just force myself to draw on stream, and then I can just get through a page. Because there are some pages where I just really don't want to draw, and I don't know why, and that happens to everybody.
Wait, there's pages of your book that you just don't want to approach, right?
Yeah, and like that's every book has that.
Do you make yourself do which do you choose to do first? Because whenever I'm working on a project, I'll make myself do those first. Do you know what I mean? Or like, how are you juggling like your pages that you do first, second, third? You know what I mean?
For this book, I'm jumping around. I didn't do anything in a fucking order, which my colorist really loves.
They can't color map the whole thing like a Pixar movie.
Yeah, it's a joke, but I joke that my colorist hates me all the time. I tried to do, first of all, I picked the pages that would look good on the campaign I needed for the trailer, right? Because I have an idea of what I need for the trailer, and so the cool pages that aren't too spoilery and the ones that I would put in the trailer, those absolutely got done first. And then I try to do the more complicated ones, like any city shots, environments always take a long time. And then it's not that fight scenes are hard, it's that they're intense because there's a lot of anatomy and perspective going on, and you have to make sure everything flows. So I spent a good chunk of time towards the end of last year. There's a bandit fight scene in chapter 2, and I just focused on that and just forced myself to get through it. And now I'm sort of just like picking up all the pages that are scattered around. Like, and this page, honestly, this is easy. This is a brainless page, and it's it's still
because of less backgrounds,
but
right?
It's not just the backgrounds. Like there's the house back here, but it's easy. It's not, what's weird is I almost enjoy drawing the towns more because I do actually enjoy drawing backgrounds and architecture, and it's so much fun to draw the little decorations on the houses and design the buildings and stuff. But when I have to draw the same goddamn evergreen tree over and over again, why did I set this comic in a place where it perpetually snows and there are trees everywhere? But mostly it's like the characters I'm really familiar with. There isn't a lot of action or perspective to do. Those are the easiest pages. So you can make it like it's kind of deceptive, and sometimes even you don't know what pages are going to be easy or not. Like I try, how do I say it? I generally have like a pretty good idea, but yeah. Some pages are generally, if it's a more static page or there's not too much backgrounds, simple backgrounds, that'll be a quicker page. Yeah, Little Master, what are you talking about? Oh geez. I don't know. Dan Jennifer said this page is looking great. Thank you. Yay. Is there a certain type of page you don't like to draw? Not particularly.
Could you imagine one that you would hate to draw? Or you think you just love anything? You'd see it more as a challenge.
I don't want to draw a story that I'm not invested in ever again.
Yeah.
That's what matters, because that's what matters. It's the story. And I'm going to just be honest. Art is hard. And a lot of the times, like and I'm sure you know this, right? Well, like the process itself is not always enjoyable, but we do it because we want to tell the story. And if the story isn't there and I don't care about the story, I'm just going to feel like how I felt back when I was working at Marvel. Like, I don't give a shit about this, but I have to force myself to do it. And that's horrible because this is hard work. And I'm putting all this time into something that I don't care about. I'm never going to do that again.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Do you have that vision? Do you have that feeling when you're working on stuff of the kind of like, this is going to be awesome, people are going to love this, going through your head? Or are you more like, okay, I've got to get this done, let's just get through this? Or is it just generally also like, this is great, I'm having a great time? Like, you're not even thinking of those two things?
No, when I'm writing, I get those moments of, oh, this is so awesome. And then usually I leave it for a couple days and I look back and I'm like, this is fucking retarded. What was I thinking?
Really? What things have you written that you've come back and been like, this is stupid? Is it just
I can't, it's too spoilery, but so recently I went and like did a whole revamp of the story, and then I got feedback on the overall story for Fiendish, and somebody pointed out one problem, and then it got over-fixated on fixing that problem. I made a bunch of changes. I wrote like 30 pages, and I showed it to them. They're like, that's great, but you're changing too much of the story. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So what I had to do was I reeled it back, and I merged the old version with the new version. I made an amalgamation, and now I think it's really good. Like, I fixed this problem, but I kept a lot of the things that were like the core, what I already established. And like then it was but I had to go through this whole process of going too far and then coming back again, and
I have that whole, I call that philosophy, find the line. It's like, cross the line early, go too far, do something that's like even not good. Like, if you're basically, you want to know where the line is, right? Like where the perfect middle ground is for whatever, the perfect spot that you want to hit. And it's like, you could spend forever slowly tiptoeing towards the line, or you could go too far and cross it super quickly and then come back and figure out where it was instead of tiptoeing.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's sort of how I was taught to handle feedback when I was working in gaming. Was it's better to take the feedback and go too far rather than just do little increments. So when you get a feedback like, this person isn't flashy enough, well, go as far as you can within the, that fits the character, and it's better to reel back. That's what I was taught. And honestly, what was interesting? I hadn't done that in writing, because I tend to be very structured and meticulous and like step by step with my writing. But this time, because I did that whole thing where I went too far, like it really clarified what I should focus on. It was a really interesting experience. Does that happen to you a lot?
In writing, man, I think,
or anything, I guess.
Yeah, no, I do find the line all the time. Like, I'll say like I want to figure out some characters that are like going to be in a troupe for like a party, right? I'll just let myself go off and make some really stupid characters that are like, well, this is a funny character. They have a good palette and like they have a ridiculous design. Then, if you imagine putting them in the story, you're like, these people just feel like a clusterfuck of nonsense. And then you kind of think, well, what characters would better fit this story? But yeah, like I do that find the line stuff all the time. I love it. It's so quick. You can do it so quickly. Like yeah, but with writing, that it is cool that you managed to find a way to do it with your writing, like going too far based on feedback. I just need more experience with writing. Like I've only just started to introduce the idea of adding structure to my stuff, and I know that you're resisting structure in your writing.
Am I?
I think the last time we brought up structure, I thought you were like, no, I want to do whatever I want. I don't want to fall into all these like rigid, predefined structures. Or have you been learning how to incorporate more structure?
I don't think I'm resisting structure. I didn't start out following structure.
Yeah.
I just kind of, I'm not saying everybody should do this. Is personally, for me, this creative process works better in general. And that's how I learned to draw as well. Like I'm terrible when it's like, follow this instruction book. You have to come up with 3 acts and you come up with a moral theme. And it's like, man, I learned so much better and I do so much better work where I just really study the things that I love, and I read a lot of fantasy books and I read a lot of comics, and then just like bring it out naturally in what I do. And what ended up happening is with Fiendish, it's more of like a 4-act structure, but the structure is there, but it's not there because like I was trying to follow those, but I don't have a problem with the fact that it still, has three acts and stuff.
Yeah.
It's that it naturally occurred because I learned from watching what other people were doing, if that makes sense, right?
I do.
I'm broken. Just don't do what I do.
Well, you feel things out, and then, but if you want to know about going too far in character design, did you see these particular drawings?
Oh, show me.
Do you see these ones?
Oh yeah, I saw those. Oh my god! Oh, that's horrifying. Oh my god.
This was like in order to get this design, which is you probably like.
Yes, I do like that. Hold on.
I had to like go. Everybody. You had to go way too far. Like, in order to get like this, Rini with John Severed Head. In order to get that, like I had to go way too far and draw like this.
That's fucking horrifying. I love it.
That's the energy. That's the crackhead energy of back fiendish. Back fiendish. That's what you're saying and all that. Back fiendish.
I love it. That's great. Yeah, sometimes you have to do that. So I think that was really good advice I got, that you should push the line, right? Or climb the line, push the line. I don't think I learned a term for it, but basically doing that. Like try going too far, and it's better to have to reel back than, like at least you know what direction you're going in. Sorry.
It's like even with writing, if you're sitting there thinking, how am I gonna do a good job of this? If you just do a job, then you read it afterwards and you're like, this is bad. That bad version is like it immediately shows you where the line is for you. It's like even one thing that helped me. I know people rag on AI, Chat GPT or whatever. I took like a bunch of information, like character profiles and stuff for all my characters and like descriptions of the world and the different races, put it all into it, and then was like, write a comedic plot for an episode of a TV show starring these characters in this point in the story. And like it would write them and it would be terrible. But like reading the bad version that the AI spat out, basically it was another version of finding the line. I didn't even have to go too far. I made an AI go too far and then went, nah, this is bad. I now know what would be good.
Interesting. Yeah.
So if you fed that 50-page like document, okay, here's
well,
something
I won't, but
yeah, I know. But if you did, you'd be able to say, write a diary entry from East Skull at this point in the story. And then you'd be like, oh my God, it'd be so weird. It's really weird seeing it write diary entries from your characters. And then you can also say, go into conversation mode and pretend to be this character. And then you can have like an IM conversation with your characters that it's like role playing from the information you gave it.
that sounds cool to do with the project that I have less investment in.
Yeah, you know, I get it. It's just for fun and entertainment. It's not for anything usable. It's like an entertainment. But yeah, you don't want to give it all your. I bet in the back of your mind you're like, I don't want it to have my information. I don't want it to know my characters.
Yeah, that, but also I don't really think at this, maybe early on that would be a useful tool, right? But also I don't want to have my information. But I can, like, I do have friends that have been playing around with this AI and they write AI characters and they're like really into it, and I can see how it's fun. Yeah.
It's entertainment. I got really into it and then I was like, I need to stop. I do this thing. It's almost like finding the line. I'll get really into doing something and I'll burn myself out on it, then never touch it again. It's like play a new video game. You play it a lot for a weekend and then like put it down and never play it again. But yeah, the same thing happened with ChatGPT. I was like very much into it and I was like, please delete my account. I don't want to wake up and just want to go and write things.
Oh no, you're one of those people. It's everybody is different. I find that interesting. Some people are what is it? They're different like personality types, and some people are finishers, some people are starters, some people like everybody has a sort of different way of structure. And you notice how some people have a hard time starting projects, but other people have a hard time finishing, and they just tend to have like new ideas all the time. So it's like an actual personality thing. We just all function differently.
Yeah. Do you feel like you have a lot of ideas bubbling up that you have to repress, or like do you not get them if you're not trying to fish for them? Because you're like planning to work on this kind of like one world for a hell of a long time, right? So have you just go on?
Oh yeah, no, I'm doing this. I chose to work on this for like the next 10 years because I don't tend to have sounds like I have nothing else going on in my brain. I have ideas floating around, but you know, I have probably 2 other things that I'm just letting marinate. There's one that is a story that I worked on in college, and it's a crime story. It's dark as fuck. I've always wanted to do a crime story set in Asia, and I never could quite figure out what to do with it. But recently, like, I just had like a moment of inspiration. I wrote, like, you know, in your email drafts, I write notes in my email drafts all the time. I just wrote it all out. I'm like, I got it, but I'm not in a hurry to draw it. I might do it just on and off, and in like 5 years, I'll just be like, ta-da, crowdfunding thing, or here's a book that's already
you're
done.
Like working on it in secret, bit by bit, that kind of thing. Maybe
I just have a script right now, but it's an idea that has been mulling for a long time. But I tend to not. But like other things, I have like ideas, like cool like snippets. So probably there would be good short stories, but I'm not really incentivized to do it. Like, I'm thinking now that I have the resources, I might hire people to draw some short stories. Like, that would be cool. I just love creating stuff. But I know I'm totally, I will be capable of doing this project for 10 years. That's so
it's not even that much.
I know
time.
That I can do it. It's like, really not in the whole artist career. That's not that much. Other people have done it before. It's not even. I think in American comics, we've trained ourselves to think, oh, well, you just throw out mini series all the time. But working on one thing for 10 or 20 years is very common for a lot of comic artists in other parts of the world.
Yeah, like I worked on my game for 5 years. I suppose part of it is if you're doing one of those long projects, say you were a mangaka working on, like, is it pronounced Natoro or Naruto?
And what?
Is it pronounced Natoro or Naruto?
I have no idea. I think it's Naruto. I
Naruto.
think it's Naruto.
Okay, but you know, you could imagine, do they have a bit of churn with assistants? Because like, say you're the main artist on a book and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do this for 10 years. If you have people helping you out, like a colorist, or I mean, even someone who would come and do backgrounds, maybe. Do you think they would you plan to have that same person around for the full 10 years? Or would you, like, if you had assistants, would you kind of try and pursue training up new people, thinking, hey, people might want to roll out of this project after 3 years if you're going for 10? Do you know what I mean?
I think it depends on the person, because like, of course, I really like my colors. I'm hoping to keep them on, but I don't know. Like, it's up to them, obviously. And it's just one of those things. It's, you know, you like, sometimes you want to move on even if I have an assistant. So yeah, with an assistant, I think, well, because this is all theoretical, I think if I do have an assistant, I would probably be training like a couple of people, and like, if they're, you know, want to move on, I would know this is somebody who eventually wants to move on, so I would know to start looking for other people.
Yeah, it's because I only mentioned that because, like, you know, I was working on that project for like 4 or 5 years, and I did have people who wanted to move on, and then them moving on meant that the project kind of went on a bit of a hiatus because I couldn't do it fully on my own because it's such a complex project. But it's a bit easier with comics.
Yeah, that's what I love about comics. You just, like, if I had to do everything myself, I could. I just don't want to.
Yeah.
Also, there's no reason to. I just need a colorist, really. Yeah, that's the great thing about comics. You can have one person or two people, and that's the production team you need. With like animation or games, you need to, like, it's really hard to get anything done if you don't have investment capital or a grant or something. It's you need a whole team.
Yeah, it's not even that. You'd need like a manager to then manage the people as well. And it's like, okay, say you're the vision holder, how are you even? You wouldn't even, if you were the vision holder on a more complex project, you're not even able to really do the work yourself. Like, you can't do the 3D art yourself or whatever if you're managing a bunch of people and trying to maintain your vision, right? Like, you have to be, it's like a producer almost.
I think it depends on, if it's like a small scale gaming project, you probably could still do the creative work. It depends. Yeah. But I have worked on some indie gaming projects before as well. Honestly, some really small scale projects, it's like most people are wearing 5 hats.
Yep.
That's just how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there. I worked in indie games. I know your pain.
Oh man, yeah, like trying to do I did all of the 3D artwork for my game, and it was a lot of characters. I got to the point where I could model an entire character model in a day, and like, that was insane. But yeah, comics, man, like, coming back to comics, because it is, to me, it's like the best storytelling medium. Most efficient, you know what I mean? Like, it for real is. You can do the most stuff with the least in comics. Like, you can make entire worlds, like entire characters, like, well, entire like teams of characters or whatever, like with huge backstories and stuff, but you only have to like hint at their personalities in some, I don't know. It's just efficient. It's so efficient. You can do so much, and you can kind of do it all on your own.
Comics is a very versatile medium that's also very low production cost, and it's versatile both in the art form but also in production, if you understand what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So well, I just love it. I don't know, I keep coming back to comics. No, I try to leave, I can't. It calls me back. Snafu for it too. I do need to go to sleep soon. But thank you so much for hanging around for so long, Hyper Wizard.
No, I don't. Basically, it's morning for me, and like, I just thought that you'd want like someone hanging out whilst you just worked, and like, I've got nothing to do until my stream later on, so like, I don't mind. I enjoy hanging out. I haven't got to interview you, drill down with some questions before.
You're really drilling down. No, I enjoy it. Yeah, I feel like I wasn't prepared. I need to be interviewing you back. But
oh no, you're drawing. What?
I was like,
no.
My brain isn't computing. Snafu for 2. Snafu42 says, "Dang it, Rainy, why do late night streams? I'm sorry, Snafu, and thank you for the $2.
If it gets
Because
late
I'm a
enough,
crazy person. I've told you guys I'm gonna do the promo shows, and then I'm just gonna stream whenever I want."
these particular the draw
apologize.
streams you have, I enjoy the most because you manage to
Aw.
you do well managing a stream, especially when you have 4 people in here sometimes, and you're managing to hold a conversation and work and interact with the chat. Like, it's no easy task. Like,
I don't know. I figured it out.
whenever I work and have people in, I'm like, I can either interact with the chat or hold a conversation. I can't do both. But go on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know any tips. I am able to draw and talk at the same time. Not everyone can do that. I would like someone to help me with chat, so it's hard sometimes. It really is.
Oh yeah, I mean, I suppose I could read people out, but I'm like, someone asked earlier if I'd be putting a demo out for my game. Like, I did have a demo up once, and I need to refresh it. But yes, I would totally put a demo up of Holofist, and this time I would leave it up, and it would probably be the only version of the game that ever gets released. But yes, I'll totally work on a demo. I have loads of features in the game that didn't get incorporated into the demo. Oh God, the biggest problem right now. Right. So the coolest part of the game was working with voice actors to record the voice lines, because it's where most of the it's where most of the comedy came out, and like they come alive with the voice lines.
Yes, I bet that's so cool.
It's the best. It's like, okay, shit. Space Dandy?
Yes.
The anime?
But not very, I haven't seen it. I know it.
Oh, okay. It's just the narrator character from the English, not British, not everything, from the English dub of Space Dandy. Ever since I'd loved Space Dandy, and whenever I would watch the episodes of that, I was like, this narrator's voice is the perfect voice for like the Hollow Professor in my game. So I was like, can you imagine getting him to voice him? So like I contacted him on Facebook, and I'm like, I have a game, and would you like do voice acting for it? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I arranged like a recording session with him. It was the best experience ever. Like having a voice from a show, and like 2 hours of like directing him to say all these lines as the Hollow Professor, and it was like, it's coming.
He's like, good morning, question mark. Yes, good morning. Guten Morgen. Buenos dias.
Did we both go German at the same time?
Yes. Well, I only know phrases in so many languages, so.
What's the French good morning?
I have no idea. I don't like French.
Good morning.
I don't understand. Why the fuck do people call French like the language of love? I don't. Spanish is way sexier. I think French sounds.
Well, it's the kind of different sounds of all the languages, right? Like, so you got French, which is like, it
sounds like they can't pronounce. They're incapable of closing their mouths and pronouncing a fucking consonant.
I am trying to
Spanish. I love it. Spanish.
Is that Spanish?
Yes, exactly. I mean, honestly, on my flight back from Colombia, because usually when you speak Spanish, most people just like lightly trill it. There was this one flight attendant. She was like, every single R was. Yeah. I was like, how are you physically doing that? It was impressive.
A lot of cocaine.
That's terrible. Bon Moonin? Is that in French?
John Malin in German or something. I don't know. It's the French John Malin. Bon Moonin. Guten Tag.
Moonin.
Oh yeah, Bon Moonin. Like, yeah, good morning. Bon Moonin.
Okay. Moonin. Nico for whatever the fuck that is. Oh, Argentinian. Is that Argentinian pesos? Thank you for that amount of currency. 225.
He's paid you 225 Aus.
I think that's Argentinian. Good morning from the other side of the world. I guess it's not. I have no idea where you are. Used to want to be an indie dev, but I found it's much easier to sell a comic book. Game dev is hard work. Yeah. There's several people in CG who came from gaming, and they're like, let me make a comic instead, which I find is very logical.
games are typically would be easier to sell than comics because there's more of a pipeline for the marketing of them. But CG's pretty much got that down. What are you laughing at?
The chat's laughing at my French or our French or I don't know. Baguette. Oh, oui, oui. I love making fun of French. No, I'm actually learning Spanish and I learned some Japanese and some German. So that's.
How many languages do you know? Does Thailand have its own language, or is it like extension of Chinese or something?
Taiwan, not Thailand.
Oh, sorry. Shit. Okay, maybe that's getting into bad territory. Sorry. It's all the same to me. Lol, lol, lol.
No.
I was joking. It's all kayfabe. I'm just joking.
You're joking. No, this is like an extremely common mistake. But
sorry.
No, Thailand is on the peninsula. It's next to Vietnam. Taiwan is the island.
Yeah, Taiwan. Maybe I'm just thinking about joke out too much.
Yeah. Everybody knows I'm from Taiwan, but then on the street, everybody's drunk as shit. They're like, yeah, so your trip to Thailand, choke out. And all these ladyboys, Irene, what do you think about it? I'm like, it's not my country.
Yeah, it's like the place where they make computer chips, not ladyboys.
Yes, computer chips, not ladyboys. There you go. That's what I'm going to tell people from now on.
Computer chips, not ladyboys.
Computer chips, not ladyboys.
Yeah, there is obviously a difference in my head. It's just the word that flows out. I'm never thinking of like Thailand. I don't know why I've mixed them up. You say it's a common thing. Like, it's the first time I've mixed them up.
But I don't get bothered about it. It's just funny because it is really similar even in Chinese, but we don't get it mixed up because it's not as similar because Taiwan, we call it Taiwan, and Thailand, we call it Taibo, which means Thai country.
Yeah.
So it's different. So anyways, in Taiwan, we speak Mandarin because I'm not going to get into the whole history of Taiwan, but basically most people there are ethnically Chinese and moved there over the dynastic era or at the end of the Chinese Civil War. And it's basically the Republican government party. The Republican/nationalist faction that lost the war to the communists got kicked out, and they went to Taiwan and established a separate government there instead. And
that's China.
Yeah, it's funny that the communists claim that they have a claim over Taiwan when they have never governed Taiwan. But the nationalist government that is currently in Taiwan used to govern all of China. Funny, right? But that's a whole other history. That's too. I mean, I think it's all in the past. I think we need to just kind of put all that history aside because too much has changed, and we just need to like rewrite the Constitution. Just you're your country, we're our country, whatever. Like stop with
that would have to include China giving up, and I don't think that would ever happen.
Oh, I know, but in like that's what I think would be the best. But yeah, I know that's not.
That would be like us letting Wales and Scotland and Ireland go, and it just can't happen. They're us forever.
Are they? I'm not going to comment on this, but I've heard otherwise from Scottish people.
Really, Scottish people hating on England. It was horrible English. Okay,
it's just like a normal for all you guys to, in a friendly way, riff on each other, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
especially Wales.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
No one thinks about Wales. Nobody
thinks about. No, nobody does. I didn't even know they had a separation movement because, like, the Irish, of course, we know like their whole thing, and then I hear about the Scots as well. But yeah, nobody knows about this.
The Welsh are the ones that have their own language.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, does Ireland have their own language? There's no Scottish.
They speak. Yes, they do. How do you not know? You live there.
Wait, Scottish have their own language from the past?
They speak Gaelic, right?
There's a whole language for gay people?
No! Gaelic.
I know. That's the Welsh.
Gosh.
I think that's the Welsh. Oh, here we go.
No. Okay, Welsh and Scots and the Irish language, those are all related. They're all Gaelic languages, but they've split off different roots And yeah.
You should teach me all about the place I come from.
But fine. Well, you explain it then.
I don't know anything. I'm so bad at history. I can't even remember like things that happened in my own life.
Okay, fine. So just admit you don't know. No,
yes,
I mean,
I admit my ignorance.
I'm into language though, so you cannot blame me for nerding out when language comes up. This is going to be a recurring theme. Oh, but back to what I was mentioning. Yeah, in Taiwan we speak Mandarin. But we have like a different accent. It's kind of like it's basically almost the same relationship as British English and American English. That's what it's like. Like you can
in mainland
definitely
China
tell.
we say tweet 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 tweet, but in outside China we say tweet 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 tweet. It's
kind of like that, but less ridiculous.
No, I'm trying to say like I was doing that whole bit from The Simpsons where like white people talk like this and black people. No, never mind. It was a terrible joke. It was badly done. But
just reel it back.
Yeah, pull it right back in.
What would be an example that I could give? So it's not just our accent, but sometimes we use different terminology. But like we all know, it's just like how British people say aluminium, and we're like, haha, that's funny. It's the same thing with like Chinese and Taiwanese people. Like for example, if I was saying if I was giving directions and saying drive your car north and then turn left. Taiwanese, I would say 把车子往北开然后再左转 A more mainland accent would be 把车子往北开再左拐车子往北开再左拐 I'm trying to force the accent, but it sounds a little different. And in Taiwan, we say 右转. In the mainland, they say 拐. That's just a different way of saying turn.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, that's my bad attempt at a mainland accent.
It's like when you're learning French and they like construct their whole sentences backwards. Instead of saying like I'm going to the bar, like in French, they'd be like the bar I am going to. At least is that am I right there or am I wrong? Like they mentioned
I don't think so. I think no, not in that sense. In Japanese, that's the word order. But in Spanish and French, for example, if I was saying a young girl in Spanish and French in the Romance language, you would say girl young.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to the bar, you would still say it that way. I'm going to the bar. But in Japanese, you would say like I don't know how to say bar and izakaya ike desu. Like you would say bar I go.
Okay, so it's more like adjective stuff is the other way around.
Yeah, it's kind of like there's a lot of different particles that are all mixed up in different languages.
Is Mandarin supposed to be the hardest language in the world to learn, or not?
I don't know. Apparently, people say it is.
Yeah, I always like, when people say, "Oh, I can speak Mandarin," it's like, "Oh my god, the fabled hardest language."
I've heard that. So I've heard the hardest languages are Russian, Arabic, and Chinese. And with Chinese, I don't know because I grew up speaking it. It is hard, but with Chinese, it's weird because it's the writing system that's hard because you basically have to memorize at least like 3,000 characters to be able to write Chinese in a normal everyday level. And it's they're hieroglyphs. It's not phonetic at all. You just have to memorize these complicated little drawings, basically. But when you grow up speaking it, you just kind of are used to it. But it's a painful process to learn it. There is not a single Chinese child that learned to write Chinese without getting beaten a couple times because it's that hard. But with Russian, I think because it's an Indo-European language, so I can kind of understand why it's complicated. Even like English has toned down a lot of the different sort of, I don't know, like the actual linguistic term for it. But for example, like English isn't a very gendered language. When we say, for example, like I'm learning Spanish now, so I'm like really understanding this. And like I think Russian is just like a heightened level of separation and like complicated words. So basically, every word has different forms. Like how in Spanish, if you're saying we if you're referring to one person or a man or a woman, or you're saying they, it's not just the pronoun that changes in the sentence. Everything else in the sentence changes. All the words have a different form, and it's a pain in the ass. So it's just like, if I say I read, it's yo leo. If you read, it's tú lees. If it's he reads, it's él lee. But if it's we read, it's nosotros leemos. But if it's they read, it's something else. Leen.
Are you taking
Yes,
all this in,
Len.
guys? There will be a test, everyone.
And so those are all the different forms of saying read, and then but Russian is like that, but with even more forms, basically. And German is kind of hard in the same way, where if like you're the gendered level, it doesn't just depend on, it's not just like the subject changes. For example, if I'm saying man, I'm blanking on, because I only took like one German class, but oh right. So if I think if you're saying like my father, it would be like mein Vater or something. But if it's mother, it would be meine Mutter, because the subject is feminine, even though you're saying me. So even with the way you say me changes with the subject that you're referring to. So that's kind of a thing with Indo-European languages. That's a very like Indo-European thing. You'll notice just like all these different forms of words. That's not, you don't see that in Chinese and Japanese. Chinese, Japanese are, I think it's structurally and very simple. Chinese is just, it really is the writing that's hard, and learning like all the different ways that every character can be used, because the way Chinese works is the less characters you can use, the more smart you sound. So you want to find like the exact character, exact word that expresses just the right thing. Yeah. And that requires such a breadth of knowledge. You have to know so many characters, have such an understanding of history as well, and how these characters have developed and like how their ancient usage was, that it's just really complicated like that. I think with Arabic is really, all the Semitic languages are weird because they have this weird fucking structure where, you know how in English, sorry, you got me going about languages. Now,
no, it's fine. That? It's like Z Geist in the chat says, art school, language school, yeah. Like, well, Rini would probably make an entire series of like teaching languages rather than like how to ink. Like,
but I'm not a linguist though, so disclaimer. But I watch a lot of other linguist channels, and that's how I know this stuff.
You just got a boner for words.
So with Semitic languages, they're just fucking weird, because you know how, so in English the way we would, how do I think of something, what example would I give?
Semitic languages, are there anti-Semitic languages?
No, Semitic is just Arabic and Hebrew are Semitic languages, and yeah, but I know you're making a joke, but I'm slow.
Okay. I'm trying to throw a couple of funnies in in the middle of the language lesson.
Oh, okay. Okay. My funny brain isn't on. My apologies.
Neither is mine.
You tried. It was a good effort. So if, you know, in English, if you were like, some words would be related, like I guess like library and libros, you know, like you would clearly know that that's the root word for book, except book is from a different language, because English is like 3 different types of languages all mashed together and fucked up. I can't think of any examples.
It's the best of all languages. We made all the languages fight, and then we picked all of the winners. It
really is though. So it's Germanic and Rus, but it's like a Germanic language that got fucked by French really hard, and then it had a bunch of Gaelic influence. And then the Nordics came and fucked it some more.
The only language trivia I know is that when people put ye old shop, the Y of ye actually was never ye. It was like how they used to write TH. So the Y in ye, it literally says the old shop. It's not a y. Like that symbol, it isn't actually a Y, it's different to the Y, and it means TH, but then like it got turned into TH at some point. But yeah, did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew something about language you didn't.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm not an expert.
I'm the big brain one now.
You're the smartest. I mean, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot as well. But chat actually finally gave me an example that I can use. Okay, so this is what I wanted to explain with Semitic languages. So, for example, in English, you could say market, marketer, marketing, marketed. You kind of just add something at the end, sometimes at the beginning, but you have market, and then that's the root, and then you add a bunch of stuff. So, like to phrase all the things that have to do with market. But for Semitic languages, it's not that. You don't add things before or after because they're insane. What
Just
they
a
do is
different word.
it's not just a whole different, it's not an entirely different word, but for example, again, I don't speak any Semitic languages, a disclaimer, but from what I understand, it's like mostly you have consonants. So like D, B, R or something. And but then they would insert vowels in between. And depending on the vowels in between and after those consonants, that changes the word. So it's like market, but the particles of it are broken up throughout the word. They're not stuck together. You don't just add something at the beginning or end. You add stuff in between and scramble it.
I get it.
And that's why it's
instead
hard.
of marketing, you'll say marking tick.
And then so marketer, markingongetero or something like that. And that's how. And you have to learn all that for every word. And that's why it's hard.
I'm not going to do that ever. I can't even write in non-capital letters.
What?
I know. Every single piece of writing I have ever done is always been in block capitals. That's how much of a retard I am. In school, whenever they'll ask people to come up and write stuff on the board, I would go up and I would like spend like 10 years writing the simplest thing in block capitals like it was a comic book speech bubble. And they're like, okay, Jake, we're not going to ask you to come up and write anything on the board anymore.
Oh, your brain just thinks in comic language. You're like a natural comic artist. That's what's happening. There we go. Yeah.
I figured out one lane and stayed in it.
You're a comic genius. That's what's happening. They just didn't realize your brilliance.
There you go. I'm going to use that quote on the back of my book. Comic genius.
Oh, God damn it. Why did I give you that? Nico for 225 hours. Again, thank you so much, Nico. English has conjugations too. I think that is Argentinian. Spanish just has a lot more, but also gender and diminutives, etc. Yeah, now that I'm getting the hang of it, it's not that hard. It was just, you have to sort of understand that because there are rules to it. Like, because if you're referring to, nosotros, nosotras, it's always MOS at the end of it. So nosotras estudiamos, nosotros leemos. It's always the same at the end. So there's a structure and it's very clear. And it's like at this point for me in Spanish, it's not really hard. I'm just memorizing words. Like I kind of get it.
When you're learning these languages, are you making an effort to like emphasize an accent? Because I know that if I try to learn, when people learn English, you can tell who they learn it from. Did they learn it from an American? Did they kind of learn it on their own? And it's like some people will learn English and they'll sound American, but they're not from America. They just learned from an American. So they learn English with an American accent. So I'm thinking if I ever learn like Japanese, I would force myself to like have an accent like this when I'm, you know what I mean? Like really.
You would probably just think you're being ridiculous though if you do that.
I was like, if I learn another language, it's an opportunity to have a deeper voice. Like you just force yourself to. Do you not do that when you're learning languages? Like put on an accent to try and make yourself sound like more of a native speaker? I know I was ridiculous with my example, but like.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's sort of, I think a lot of people are afraid of just like copying how they stereotypically hear Spanish being spoken, but except that's exactly how it's supposed to sound. So I kind of just, pronounce it because I'm using Duolingo. So I just copy what's being said there. And I think the Spanish in Duolingo is more, I think it's like a kind of ambiguous mixture of just South American Spanish. It's not Spanish. And I'm aware of that, but at this point, I don't give a fuck. I just want to be understood. Yeah. I don't really care if I sound like I'm from a particular place. I'm stuck because I have friends in South America, and from what I understand, it's like every country has like their own different thing. The accents are very they're mutually intelligible, but they're very distinctive, and especially Mexican Spanish, it's like just slang. It's nothing but slang. So you don't want to learn to speak like a Mexican because that's the worst way for everyone else to understand you because it's just slang.
You take that, Mexico. You're not even a
Right.
real language, Mexico.
I mean, if this is wrong, blame the Colombians because this is a bunch of Colombians who told me this.
Yeah, people are saying the Tekken accent. My man turned into a shogun. Yes, like would you not want a voice like that? I am. You know, it's got such gravity to it, like such presence.
Probably. I think probably. I don't know. I think when I'm speaking Chinese, just because like I kind of speak differently. It's almost because when you speak in different language, it's not just speaking a different language. You're adopting a whole culture and you're making yourself fit into a new cultural context. So you present yourself completely differently.
Yeah.
And so it's more of a subconscious thing, but like it's almost like as you're learning a language, you sort of learn how you want to present yourself in a new culture. So I do notice that. And it's just something that happens naturally, though, I think. Snafu42 says, Tetas gigantes. Yes.
Is that huge boobs?
I think so. I don't think that's accurate Spanish, but we don't care about that. Tetas gigantes, indeed. Tetas gigantes.
Tetas gigantes.
Got some Spanish watching telenovelas. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I have been going for quite a while and much longer than I planned, so I'm actually going to go the fuck to sleep now. Here we go. I got quite a bit of work done. Look at that. That's not bad.
All that hair done, the skull, all the stuff, all that wood. You'll probably redo all of it later on.
No, I won't. I think I'll go in and refine some of the lines. Like, I'm going to go in and add some more detail on his eyes on panel too. But I actually got all this done since last night because I was on Matt Barr's channel earlier. So yeah, that's not too bad. Look, I finished. Technically, this would be a page that's done in a day because I'll be able to finish this by tonight.
Hell yeah.
Ba-bam. Yeah. Ba-bam. All right. Well, thank you very much for keeping me company, good friend.
That's right. Cheers for the invite. It's been great hanging out.
Yeah. I enjoyed our conversation. It's I need to be a good promoter and bring up my campaign, so I'm going to do that. Meanwhile, while I do that, what do you want to shout out? Where can we go find you?
Literally the thing I want to do the most is just have more people follow me on YouTube, I guess. I'm trying to build up the channel. It's the mail-in method, right? Like build up YouTube, then you can eventually do a book. But yeah, I do streams every weekday at 3 p.m. Eastern, I think. So come and hang out. We do like I play video games and also work like this. Sometimes I do like 8-hour fucking animation streams or 8-hour like coloring streams. But today I'm playing Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. So if you want to waste your time watching an idiot play video games, then I'll see you later. But that's pretty much it.
Well, bam, awesome. Everybody go subscribe to Hyper Wizard Art. What's your channel? Hyper Wizard Art? Is that just your handle?
Yeah, you can just type that in. Hyper Wizard.
Hyper Wizard. Hyper Wizard. Cool. Awesome. Dennis says always enjoy seeing we're gonna talk about language. I might have actually learned something in school for teaching. Oh, thank you. Maybe I'm not a terrible teacher after all. Well, thank you so much. That makes me feel a little better. You guys can find me at Mini Tries. Looky. You guys know where to find me. Hey, if you haven't liked this stream yet or subscribed to my channel, you should do that now. You should do that. That's right. Have you done it? Just click right there. Have you done it? Is it done? Good. Okay. Thank you. Good. Just gotta get that out of the way. And of course, I need to be a good shiller over here. Phoenix chapter 2, origins, so I need to go. Oh my god, I'm really gonna go back here right now. We're going at 157,000 and almost at 157. We're like a backer or two away from 157,500, and I don't know what my next stretch goal will be. I think
I was going to ask,
campaign where I'm in the stretch of the campaign where it's like Things are going a little slow, but I might set it for 160. So I do have to announce that soon. Like I said, I was working on like a commission and I was really busy this past week. But thank you everybody so much who has backed this book. And if you haven't heard about this, if this is by some miracle, your first time
How could you have not?
witnessing this campaign, this darling baby of mine. This is my fantasy mystery comic. It's a story revolves around Casimir, who's on a journey to find the truth behind the mysterious demons who destroyed his hometown many, many years ago. And book 1 came out last year. It was a huge success. Thank you everyone so much for supporting that. Book 2 continues Casimir's journey with some like-minded companions as it set out to find those origin source of these demons. And book 2 it's a 70-page book. Probably more, hint, if we hit some further stretch goals. And it's a big character development book, but of course there's going to be a lot of action. And I've been getting really good feedback because I'm in this stage where I'm just getting I put together like a PDF, like a lettered PDF of all the pages, like as they are right now. And people have been liking it. So I'm just editing some of the dialogue and I think you guys are going to love it. So check that out, please, por favor. And I have like a bundle. I have a Cash Me Up as well. If you missed book 1, it is on this campaign. And please check out the website at fiendishcomic.com. This is where you can find the world building material. I have a world map. I have character profiles. And I also have a shop. And you can get the merch over here, the beanies. I have jackets and all kinds of cool stuff and t-shirts. And this is shipped straight from the factory and custom made for you. So you don't have to deal with me. I don't know what that means, but the point is they've been really reliable and we've been fulfilling. Like we have 36 store orders fulfilled so far, and this is a really new website. So thank you so much. And check all those things out. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you. Appreciate. Okay, thank you all. Teflon Run, do I have a closeout date? I think I'm gonna probably would be like right before fulfillment is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I want to get as many as possible because I'm that or maybe I should do that when I send to print, but I'm gonna overprint anyways. You know what? I probably should close out. Yeah, no. I think I'm gonna close out probably.
When do you think you'll be sending them out? Like, when do you think you'll be done? April?
I don't know. So April or May. So I'm not sure yet. Probably April or May because I should close out before I go to print. That would be a little safer. So,
let's hit 200. Let's hit 200K on the closeout. Whoa!
That would be nice. Yeah, I have a huge surprise for you guys if we do hit that. But I don't know. I'm not EVS. I'm not Shane Davis. I'm not like famous like them and shit. But that would be really awesome. So keep on sharing the campaign and let everybody know. Is there a super chat? Did I miss one? What? Here's there was one that came in while I was like blabbing and running my mouth. Snafu for 5. Thank you. Draw tetas gigantes. I do. Don't you see my auction pieces? I draw tits all the time. I don't care about old country's language. Well, I do. I love old languages. And I also draw tetas gigantes. So, no tetas today, but I will be drawing more tetas in due time. Thank you very much for the 5, Snafu. Gracias. Muchas gracias. All right, everyone. I'll see you around. I'll be on Kings later tonight on Ethan's channel. And also I'll be on a Wednesday show. I think, I'm going to be promoting the Diaz brothers this week. So be there or be square. We should be starting around 9 p.m. Eastern. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.